Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do with
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, those of a higher and a lesser God, is I, the Access. Come to share a observation of a paradoxical situation. Man versus himself constantly with his inevitable striving to outdo his ability to be unmotivated and easily set to a state of stillness. Been watching, learning, studying AI, and especially the graphic medium area of AI's interpretation of humans. Now, hypothetically, it wouldn't be able to derive anything beyond what has already been fed into the system. But the way that it's manipulating the surrealism and absolute extreme nature of the interpretations that this AI is giving is almost self-revealing and a prophecy fulfilled. It shows, and I'll drop the link in the chat for everybody, to where I got some of my more highly disturbing AI imaging, movies, and artistic interpretations that, if you aren't familiar with the most darkest abstract side of oneself, probably going to find this to be better than a horror movie. AI has taken the interpretation of what the form of man, woman, and you would think that by Leonardo da Vinci's proportion, the Vitruvian man, and the measurements of the body as in correct proportion would be at least taken into consideration by AI. And I thought, wow, this is really fascinating. It's absolutely discarded completely the mathematics behind the Vitruvian man and the true proportion of the human. And it started revealing things that I was starting to pick up idiosyncratically. A little subliminal hit of this and that, revealing not the form of our physical being, it was revealing the form of our psyche. I don't know if people have discarded their body and have become so cerebral that AI, as a just a model, a prompting model, doesn't get the proper resources, or whether the mind of man is exactly how we're contending with not only ourselves, but also the interpretation that was built into the foundation of the AI platform. And if this is the case, turning this country over to a new infrastructure of algorithms, machine learning, and whatever they have developed that I'm not familiar with, and I think I've went about as far as I can go. Started designing numbers, proportions, concepts, golden sections, ratios, golden ratio, Fibonacci sequences to interpret art. I was slowing screens down, and there was nothing coherent. There was continual oddity and abstract things that were continually making an appearance. They were continually present in various videos, and they were done by different creators. But the concept that was coming across was a complete distortion of the physical form. And so I took another direction and started looking at the characteristics of the people who daily get on the internet and social media and they express themselves, some with anger, some with love, whatever the situation may be. And when this AI is being prompted, I almost believe that it's taking the image of man from every variable of our abstract conversations and emotionally charged ones also, and trying to bring some type of cohesion to respond to the prompt to deliver the physical form. But it's not the physical form, because even whenever the Erie Aquarium, which is a channel that I really enjoy, wrote in the algorithms for what is beauty. The bodies of the girls and the guys were distorted. And there was exaggerated imagery on certain aspects of the female form and the male form, but it was always a distortion, always a almost Salvador Dali type approach of expression. Now I know that they have to have pinpointing for facial recognition. You would think that AI would take that into consideration. You know, body, it has to have those proportions. It has to have those proportions in larger systems to identify humans, even the body. But yet, whenever you approach AI or these models with any type of artistic or direct language for the physical form, not mathematically correct, unless you put it in a prompt, it takes a turbulent turn. Not to say that art is supposed to have divine proportion written into it at all times. You know, there is various forms of art that can be taken on, and aesthetics is generally in the math, but not always. You know, the more complex structures hold a variable that is much higher than the simplistic form. So I went to a few of the AI sites that did modeling for schematics and structural design, and it was precise. It was cut. It was angled. It was circled, squared. And I thought, this is an interesting take. Two different models, though, not the same models. Everybody seems to be generating their own model. That seems to be the race at the moment. It's to who can outdo the others' AI models, such as language models, art models, video, you name it. If it's got to do with art, they've got a platform for it. And if you want to know about mathematics, proportion, or anything of that nature, it also has designs for that, which is what I thought the original ideal of AI was about. Not replacing us, but more so assisting us in our development. But if it sees us for our nature, for what we are, in the descriptive way that it's coming across with these images and concepts, and it doesn't see us in a very good light whatsoever. We are quite distorted and visually frightening, to say the least. So I'm still endeavoring and wondering, is this what we're in for? I mean, is that why they want it attached to the cerebral mind? It's because once you define the human body with anything such as proportion, then there's a logic code that will come into play, and it will start releasing imaging according to that prompt and that mathematical design. But I can see where there would be glitches. I can see where this thing would, through physical action, motion, movement, would take a abstract look at the human in the physical form and apply this potential for how it interprets us. And it is absolutely astounding. Trying to get the link in the chat for you guys here. I think you would benefit from seeing some of the hellscape, nightmarish aspects of beauty that are just absolutely horrific. But then I got to thinking, in a dimensional state, we in the third dimension find aesthetics off of measurement, off of proportion, off of the basis of the constant. I don't think that AI, even in a prompting situation, takes on the same aspect. I think that let me see if I can get this a little easier here. Not giving me a top prompt for him. That's odd. It's really odd. Oh, I'll throw a video out there then, and I just shared the link that way. Yeah, got a couple new items in my arsenal of technology today. I'm having a little fun with it. Seeing exactly what all I can do, how far I can go, and not actually leave the damn chair I'm sitting in. To the farthest reaches of the conceivable mind and its abstract potential beyond understanding, to logic and logic gate. Here we go. I believe that should take you exactly where you want to be. Yes, that is the link to Erie Aquarium. And if you haven't seen exactly how far and extreme its concept of the human is, then you will be enlightened if you go there and observe. I know a lot of it's got to do with the prompter, but then even with that, and in that arena, knowing human nature, you're going to have to understand that it learned from fallibility. the most horrid disease of fallibility because of arrogance, ego, pride, envy, lust. I mean, there's every variable and principle that the mind consumes. It's in a constant state of consumption, information. And now it has something that can reflect more so the image of the soul or the nature of man or how it's being viewed by an abstract version of man himself. Because we are the teachers and we are the ones that started the original algorithms on different platforms that we visited with our just overindulgent states of something as new as the internet. And all this information is being kept and pushed around by prompts with higher and higher and higher capacity for processing speed to the point now where they have exceeded what would be any derivative that we ever dreamed of interpreting information, and especially in a non-binary state, which was another aspect that I noticed that was being taken on by these algorithms, and what it was producing was the abstract, the abstractness of it reflected the careless nature and the abandon that we started out with and have carried through. Unless you're doing research on a topic, or unless you're engaged in video research on a platform, generally people have begun to turn complete and fully into using social media and these platforms as their entertainment. And one reason I know that this has become very dominant is because it's commercialized now. It's just like whenever we had commercial television before cable. And you'd have commercials come on, you'd get aggravated, and then just a disruption. Then cable came along and kind of said, "Hey, give us a little bit of money, man, and we'll make all those commercials go away and show you some movies. We're going to turn you on." Well, we've reached that point here now, and in a whole new way. Back in the day, whenever a movie we were watching would get interrupted with a 3-minute commercial, that was like a half-hour nuisance, or so it seemed. But I sat and watched YouTube today while I was doing some research on AI. I had a 12-minute commercial. 12 minutes. These people were rambling on. And I was like, is this thing ever going to end? So I wanted to see. I didn't push skip. I endured the commercial. And it just went on and on and on. And I said, here we go again. Now, it's back to the situation where you pay for the internet You know, that's one thing. You have to now pay for commercial-free internet, and you have to pay for some type of protection against intruders and hackers and the lesser desired on the metaverse. And they're clipping. They're clipping left and right, jabbing. So while you're trying to maintain a physical representation of something that would be considered half-ass normal for a household, hopefully, you're also being raped and pillaged by technology. This is a double hit. You know, for them, this is an absolute win. First off, you have to have commodities, you have to have food. So you know where that's going to lead. You have any kind of structured housing, you got to pay bills, you know, car insurance, maintenance. And now, as an added bonus, instead of them allowing us to have free access to the internet, just a general global access to the internet, they're still pounding on us. And we're paying for the master we serve. I said it the other day. You know, the four big techies are the front faces of these different platforms. They're drug pushers, man, but they're pushing hope and dopamine. You know, they're no better than pushers back in the day, because you know, pushers wanted to get you hooked. They wanted that repeat customer. They wanted to get their junk into you so you'd come back, and you would need, and you would chase, and you would live to come back. Now I'm watching it transpire with a new kind of drug, a digital drug that delivers stimulus of every kind, from hatred, anger, contempt, love, desire, lust, hate. And how far can you push the potential of your energy? For those of you that like the alchemy and the alchemizing of things, how far can you push your energy through that processor to reach the other side? Is it atmospherically capable of transmitting? Yeah. Is it locally capable of transmitting from you? Yeah. Are you able to put information into that Wi-Fi signal? Absolutely. Therefore, you can project and focus energy to create variables. And that's what we'll call them, variables. Undefined points of possibility that are relevant to the case and situation that we're in. And I think as much as I endeavor in it, and I'm going to have to probably get used to it, after seeing so much of the redundancy, the complete repetitive approach they're taking to feeding us and using the same tactic, and they're even spreading national and global information by, by algorithm, and they're giving handoffs to political heads and senators to make statements in direct unison with one another. Now that one really took me off guard. That was a shocking revelation when I got to see that. Whenever I seen all these senators on the exact same screen without any manipulation, speaking simultaneously, the exact same words from each of them, verbatim, with intervals of sound with the exact same wave meter measurement. That means that I fed each of the individual voices into SoundForge. I ran the voice. I compared the peak meters on the voices, and there was a variable in the peak meters, but the spacing between words were exactly the same, down to the microsecond. Now, how do people get that fucking precise? You got AI, which is in kind of a humorous way, it's digitally body shaming the human form. But with that same concept, I'm wondering, what was I actually seeing whenever I was looking at these variables of space between words being to the microsecond? And I thought, man, maybe that's a part of it. Maybe they give this ability to us to entertain ourselves and distract from the core of repetitive programming, repetitive conditioning. Yeah. Good to see you, brother. You make your way around the metaverse today? Did you engage in any wonderful panels?
No.
Yeah, I didn't figure. I didn't either. I actually took off and went with a friend and her two kids and ventured out in the world for the first time in months, and come back, did a little research on this issue that I'm having with 21 senators, and the word spacing impeccable. You got an explanation for that, maybe?
For senators?
21 of them. 21 of them said the exact same sentence to the beginning and end in various frequencies, which is peak meter range, but were absolutely precise on the spacing, which is the silent places between words or phrases, were perfect. All 21 of them. Absolutely perfect. How the hell does that happen?
Did it happen?
Yeah,
When?
yeah, it happened. Well, let me pull it up here. These happen to be another channel that I will gladly gladly um, promote, because these guys have been around for a considerable amount of time, and the information that they give is generally highly scrutinized before they'll release it. So when they released this information, I went ahead and loaded the individual voices in, because I was like, no way, this didn't, no, this is not, no, but sure the fuck was. And I was like, damn, I guess I'm gonna have to hit the link. Son of a bitch. Well, it's Truth Stream Media. I'll get the link out there to you. I don't want to hold you off of the show, but I will drop it as I run across it here. I've got 200 subscriptions to go through to find it. Or I could just type it in and look it right
If
up.
that did happen,
Damn
it
it.
sounds like they're all just AI generated versions of the same thing.
That's kind of what I don't want to. I don't know, man. I'm thinking, yeah, it's got to be. I'm thinking, it's already. You've seen the political stage turn into a virtual circus, and
A literal circus.
I'm thinking, have they already been conditioning and utilizing technology to manipulate so that they could play circus boys and girls and change infrastructures accordingly and spend their dollars on their personal pleasures and whatever concepts and ideals they have that makes them happy.
Drinking
And
baby blood.
something as, oh, yeah, well, something to be said about baby boy. Here it is, True Stream Media. Damn, that was like pulling fucking teeth. And here is the particular video.
Pulling
I
teeth
was
isn't as
watching.
hard as people make it out to be.
What's that?
Pulling teeth isn't as hard as people make it out to be.
Uh,
If you have pliers, it's pretty easy.
I don't know about all that, man. I don't think that. Well, I don't have teeth anymore anyhow, so I don't even care. Okay, that's somebody else's problem now. Now you can go play with it.
That's what dentists use, pliers. They just pop right out.
Yeah, but see, they got the good stuff. They can make you enjoy getting your teeth pulled out. And there's
Not
the
me.
link to True Stream Media. That should be, yep, 3 links. Yep, there it
I
is.
do my own dentistry.
Well, there we go. There it is. So between me trying to figure out what they're doing with this algorithm and this media controlled system that is obviously using voice manipulation technology to sequence information. If they was to do that globally, then they could take the entire world within a matter of a few seconds and change the course of history with one broadcast. I thought, damn, who's in control of this? Who's the guy sitting behind the fucking desk that has a access to a quantum mainframe that they're able to do such a thing. And I suggest the Erie Fish Tank and the Tristream Media, both of those, just watch them, compare them, and you'll see how AI sees the human form, and you will see exactly what steps and measures they have taken to use it for conditioning the general populace. And I imagine that that would be as devastating, potentially, if they launched a worldwide media campaign of something, I don't know, whatever they choose, as it would be a war, a world war. And I'm like, damn, that's a lot of potential for ill effects. But I did take a breather, and I went to some people I want to give a shout out to because they are actual good people that have been very, very consistent and supportive of this channel. Above all, it goes without saying, We Are Awake was the one that sent me on this direction. So, for whatever it's worth and whatever it may have become or what it was, Ian thinks this has been an endeavor. Pamela's Mystical Musings for her endeavors into AI music and her position taken, and for a wonderful stream today. I will try and get a link out there to that. To my surrogate dad, the Grand Poobah, Eddie, Gene, okay, for not browbeating me into submission for being an individual. Goblin, for being a righteous dude and a supporter of this channel. Naturally, Peace Robot, who's up here with me. And a star-struck shout out to Raven Newman. That girl's got talent. Real talent. But I was got kind of nostalgic after encountering all this information and just observing. A friend of mine, her two children were in the car and they had cellular devices. You wouldn't even know they were in the car. And they were little troopers, man. They were just as good as can be, man. And even when they was brought to the position of getting a reward or something for themselves for being behaved, they did take a child position and an emotional stand, which most children do and will. And then suddenly, when we got back out to the vehicle, dead silent. They were back on their devices. And I thought, damn, they're getting their dopamine and drug fix at a very early age. These two will definitely have to contend with some type of, I don't know, 13, 12-step program. to get off of technology? What's it really coming to? You know, when I was young and I was in a vehicle with my cousins, well, we damn near tore the fucking car apart, and we were all over the back seat, making noise, radical behavior. And I was just watching how compliant and almost sustained. And the kids were 5 and 7 years old. I don't even know how do you how do you compete with that? How do you bring reason back into an entire global population that would allow them to see the potential for the responsibility they're going to need to take with technology? And that's all it is, man. Rationing, um, responsibility. Uh, get hold of it before it gets hold of your kids or your grandkids. It's almost like they were in a state of stasis. I have a picture that they took a small canvas I had here, and they sat in the kitchen and drew me a picture. And I've got the picture, and I'm still observing it, and set it up where I could take a look at it. They had all kinds of options for colors. They had all kinds of options for what they could have done, how far they could have went, and I've really been analyzing that. There's something there. There's something, I don't know, almost removed from what you would generally think. You know, a younger person like that would deliver. Maybe I just not interpreting it right. I don't know, but they were reserved, very reserved, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They did not exercise the fullest extent of the canvas, and they only used 3 colors. Is that normal? Is that, or am I reading too far into the conditioning side of it?
No.
Were you very artistic when you were younger?
No.
No,
Except
I
sculpting.
guess you did. Oh, sculpting. Okay, then you'd be the wrong person to ask about where the mind of a child would be when it comes to art.
I like sculpting because of the idea that whatever you sculpt is already there. You're just getting rid of everything else. I don't forget who
Yeah,
said that. Michelangelo or somebody said that. I forget who, but maybe Da Vinci. But the idea that's already in there. You just got to carve away everything else that's not what you want.
You know, that's absolutely true. It's the absence of matter that leaves the bust or the sculpture image in place. The removal. Man, maybe I just watched a little too much progressive AI development videos. Um, but I will tell you, there's a common occurrence that I've noticed is it's misconceiving our digits, our limbs, and the measurements of our bodies whenever given any type of abstract liberty outside of finite defined grounds of this is what a human looks like. This is the measurements, this is the proportions, here's the schematics, that's the information in, out. And I'm looking at the piece of canvas that these two youngsters did. I almost believe that they are trying to engineer us in a long-term, repetitive nature, subliminal undertow. And I can identify it by looking at the artwork. Fools and tools, always, always. Do you interact with any of the AI models at all?
No,
Nothing. No.
I have
No.
before.
What made you stop?
Nothing really made me stop. Something has to make me start. Like I used one to make a materials list for a building. I just use it as a stenographer, kind of a secretary.
Well, whenever I
Compile
first
lists.
started,
I've had to make various kinds of lists like that, lists and estimation. Estimate cost and things like that.
right, right,
I've also asked them
and
to
I've,
speculate on, like I've asked them to speculate on, like say who would just for example, I'm really shortening the process, but it was like basically, let's say some Donald Trump, instead of being shot, was only pretending to be shot, and it's all part of some psyop. Who would be the likely perpetrators? Like who would necessarily have to be involved? And it's like all the likely suspects that any conspiracy theorist would come up with. Extremely
and that's
wealthy
what the
people are capable of doing something like that. If they have a lot of political influence, and it actually picked reasonable guesses for who might be behind something like that. But I had to really discourage it from saying everything's a conspiracy theory, basically, in that process, because it didn't want to give an answer.
huh.
There's several, but I finally just got the right prompt, got it to actually speculate, as using knowledge. I had to point it. I said use specific knowledge, this specific knowledge sets that you have, like your knowledge of politics, your knowledge of finance, your knowledge of crime. You know, you have to use these specific areas of knowledge to compose a list of likely suspects, and it, I've done that for several things. You know, where I'd look at it and I'd be like, well, who could be behind this, basically, and
Let me
it generally agrees with the, you know, it comes up with the same suspect list just by using the same criteria, not the same name. I don't tell it spit out this list of names. I just say, here's the criteria. Who are these people? And it comes up with the same list.
let me throw something at you. What was so special about Ronald Reagan?
Nothing.
Oh, he had things that were different than any other president.
Greasy hair.
No, he was an actor, and he got shot and survived.
Did he get shot?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure?
Oh, according to the media and the coverage, he got shot.
Did he seem physically different afterwards?
Well, that's a matter of speculation and debate because that's what I'm bringing up. Actor.
Oh, can you think of any instance, any example of how he was different afterwards physically? I don't mean like his routine or whatever. I mean, did he limp? Did he occasionally wince in pain? Did he ever have involuntary reactions to people bringing it up? You know, these are things we can't really know in a lot of cases. But uh, who was shot in the head that day?
Oh, Brady.
Yeah, square in
Yeah.
the head, square in the head.
Yep.
And Reagan just got
Brady
a
was.
glancing. Reagan just got a glancing
Hmm.
shot. How did that happen?
Well, see, that's what I'm looking at. Is he set the
Why
standard,
shoot Brady? Why shoot Brady first? And if you shoot him afterwards, why aim for his head if you're only aiming for the body of the president? Makes no
well,
sense.
they milked that and they got the Brady bill out of it. You know, gun
Yeah, but
control.
he was drastically different afterwards. He had very obviously taken severe brain damage from a bullet to the head.
Right. But what I'm trying to emphasize is the fact that
So
we have become,
maybe he was the real target of that.
could have been. I'm just saying we've become complacent with allowing celebrities in political offices. And anybody with a logical,
Can you think of any reason why Brady would have been shot?
um,
You ever looked into his
I don't know.
background?
Not much, man. After I didn't even realize at the age that I was at that who Brady was, what his,
James Brady,
you
wasn't
know,
it?
yeah, you know, it was later on whenever the Brady bill got passed. Then I was
You
like,
got a browser, don't you?
yeah, yeah, I can
You
look
should look up
up.
his background, see what his background was.
Oh, you gonna make me work? You gonna make me actually do something?
Hey, you might learn
Oh,
something, you know? Might figure something out
ow.
here.
I would,
This is what the show's all about, cracking the code.
yeah, that's true. But keep the actor
Not the Kennedy
and
assassination, but still.
no, there was
It was
laws
a
that
very
were
public
implicated.
event. It was a very,
Yeah.
very public event. Street theater, if you ask me. With
Well,
Brady
that's what I'm
getting
saying.
shot in the middle.
Is they're crossing. Well, they've managed to take us to a position where we accepted actors into politics, and then politics became integrated with
Well, one should assume
Hollywood.
they've always been actors.
Well, I'm sure through different fraternal brotherhoods and different organizations and political affiliation, that it's probably
I mean,
more
actors
so than
in the sense that they give speeches over and over, the same speech over and over and over again, like a stage actor doing a play. You know, they are
right.
all actors. they take courses on how to deliver speeches, and they do it the same way every time, 100 times. What would you call that? It's not acting. It's not spontaneous
Condition.
utterances.
Well, it's a type of conditioning. But
Yeah, I'm saying it's
whenever
not
you put,
spontaneous utterances. There are sometimes spontaneous utterances by these celebrities or politicians or whatever you want to call them, and but even sometimes some of those are scripted. It's like Hollywood actors. They make up some story about their marriage or whatever. No one really knows what's going on. Why would
well,
they
the
tell us?
media got caught doing that. When the media got caught doing that,
Got caught
that
by
was
who?
some people who were able
Yeah, but
to
how'd you find out
access.
about it? The media got caught by the media.
No, no,
Who caught him?
the internet. YouTuber.
That's the media.
Well,
Social media. You think it wasn't
so
some shill?
so what do you think? They wanted that out in the open, that they were all spewing the exact same lines over media, local news,
Well, that I don't
well,
know.
or nationwide. Well, that's what happened. Is
I haven't seen it.
they got busted.
Well, I
Every
mean,
news
not
channel
everything.
that was.
How many
Go ahead.
views the video you're talking about? How many views has it got?
That was from back in around 2015, 16. Not earlier,
What did it have?
because
Like thousands of views, dozens of views? What?
well, shit. Let me look this up. You want receipts? Hold on. Damn. Okay. All right. I'm opening my Google, YouTube, and synchronized news broadcasting. What year was that discovered?
Oh, you're talking about the news broadcasters. I thought you were saying politicians.
Yeah, that's why I put the link down there in the
Yeah,
chat.
I've seen the videos of compilations of just dozens of news outlets all repeating the same thing. Yeah, it's all scripted, obviously.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, man. I didn't need to go through some type of researching. It's easy
I thought you
find
said
on
politicians.
YouTube.
I thought you said
But
politicians.
this one,
Well, yeah,
the one.
we only know about that because they want us to know. The
Well,
media,
that's
or
why
whoever.
that's why I put the link down there, is so that people could see all 20 plus of these senators saying the exact same sentence,
This is
phrase.
what I haven't seen. I haven't seen senators saying the same thing.
Well, links down there, and I can tell you, if you feed it into any type of wave processing software, you will find that the spacing between their phrases to the microsecond or the millisecond, I can't get microsecond, but I can get millisecond. The dead air was precise. I mean, there was no one started speaking a microsecond before, or it was all synchronized, all 20 fucking one of them. How is that?
I don't know. I would think it was a deep fake.
There. Now you think you're hitting on something.
That's
That
what I
was
said
the first.
originally. That's what I said originally. You
Yeah.
said for the senators.
Yeah. And that's why I put the link down there. Is if anybody wants to see it and actually see what the fuck. These are your politicians. And if they're being scripted by AI and generated, and we've become complacent with actors and cults of personality in political offices, then we have far exceeded our submission to the authoritarian rule.
It's always been
We
that
are
way.
nothing. Oh, well, they had to develop some
What do you
type
think
of
an election
rule
is?
governing. Well,
Election, popularity contest.
it was supposed to be built on principles from the beginning. That was a part of what our development as a country was under this new concept, new ideal, and
Well, everyone knows an
new.
election is going to turn into a popularity contest.
Well, it is now,
But
and I
elections are a
think.
sham anyway.
Well,
They
I'm
don't care
curious
who
as if there's
they
going to
don't care
be
who we
another
vote for.
election.
Elections are a joke. They don't care who we vote for, or who we want.
I, it's probably true. It's probably damn close
I know if
to.
I know if I was in charge, I wouldn't let a bunch of dummies pick who replaced me. I would make sure I picked them.
Well, that would be in retaining control, and that would be that would be something really bad.
Also, if I controlled nuclear weapons, I definitely wouldn't tell everyone how they operate. I would tell everyone a fucking lie. They would
Right.
kill them before I test around test it.
Well, my aspect and take on that was, they got to live on this world as well as the common and the useless eater. So if they fuck it up with nuclear radiation and fallout, they got to live in that shit too, whether they like it or not. And if they go crawling underground, you know, I hope they got some kind of bottled air, because if they have a ventilation system, it's going to saturate the place.
Nukes don't work the
So
way people tell. Nukes don't work the way they tell people anyway.
I look at Fukushima and Chernobyl, and even the
Well,
the meltdown with.
Chernobyl and Fukushima weren't nuclear react, and they weren't nuclear bombs.
No, they were leaky ass reactors. That's still dealing with
Yeah, but
nuclear,
those don't operate the way they tell people anyway either. So they operate out similar principles to the nukes, but it's not bombs, and it's not uh, it's basically just tapping into the Earth's electric field.
so let me ask you then.
Nuclear power plants, they just tap into the Earth's geoelectric field and and heat up water. It's like a giant variable resistor. You know what a variable resistor is, where you can change the resistance by turning a dial.
Right.
That's what these nuclear piles are. They're giant variable resistors that they run massive currents through. We're talking like millions of amps of current, and they often it's just a pulse, one pulse, and that's enough to heat the reactor, sufficient to generate power, and then they pulse it again, pulse again. But anyway, these are just like electric arcs, basically.
Well,
They're using, and same with nukes. Nukes are just giant electric arcs that they direct from the ionosphere to the ground. It, that's why nukes produce the same effects as electric arcs: hard X-rays, bright flashes of light, loud bangs, and all the byproducts are the same too. So nukes are not bombs. That's a fable. They told people. They tell the whole world this fable, so no one figures out how to really make them. To really make them, you have to put satellites in orbit, and you have to have massive antenna arrays on the ground to pump the ionosphere. Then when you get it pumped, you have to direct that energy back to the ground somehow, which you can use ground-based lasers, but it's just easier from space. You just point a laser from space at the target, it ionizes the channel through the atmosphere, and turns into a plasma briefly. Now, plasma is not a superconductor, but it's very conductive. It's more conductive than any wires we have. So when you shoot a ionizing laser from the ionosphere to the ground, it's like instantly creating a gigantic wire and it just dumps all the current, all the potential difference between the ionosphere and the ground just dumps instantaneously. Where it hits the ground, it causes a massive explosion and it makes a crater. And like I said, it gives off hard X-rays when it hits, just like all electric arcs. Well, like arc
Well,
welding.
I can relate to that on the level that what they tried to say, Tesla was responsible for the explosion, and well, I think it was what was that 19?
Tunguska.
Yeah, because he had
Whatever happened there, yeah, it could have. Well, not necessarily Tesla, but a Tesla style weapon in Russia
right. Well, he was
or anywhere.
testing at the
It
time.
could have been directed from anywhere, honestly. But
Yeah, he
yeah,
was
that's the idea. Basically, nukes are basically Tesla weapons. To put a
right.
popular spin on it, they're Tesla weapons. They're not bombs. They drop out of planes. They're just point and click death ray, basically. And yes,
Well,
you can incinerate a city with a giant electric arc. You can incinerate a city. I'm talking about, there used to be thousands of lightning strokes per second on the Earth. Oh, you could set up an antenna and listen to it. It would be thousands of strokes per second. That's cut way down now, though, because of all the things we're doing, like using nuclear power plants that are just tapping directly into that current. So the lightning strokes are becoming fewer and fewer. Now it's like, I think, like 300 strokes a second. We're talking about all over the planet, but that current, okay, imagine all 300 lightning strikes each second hitting the same target. The whole Back to the Future thing of 1.21 gigawatts. Well, that's fair. That's a fair estimate of a lightning bolt, a gigawatt. And so you're talking about, if you can dump 300 lightning bolts in one over the course of 1 second, you're talking about 300 gigawatts of power. And you dump that directly into a very small spot on the ground, about as big as a dinner plate, and it's a massive explosion. That generates a lot of, like I said, it generates a lot of hard X-rays. It can do weird, produces electromagnetic pulse. Obviously, these are all things nukes do. These are all things electric arcs do. It's not a coincidence that at Sandia, where they study, they say ostensibly they're studying the effects of nuclear weapons, but they don't study nuclear explosions there. They study electric arcs. Why? Because they say it's an ideal model. It produces every single effect that they want to study of nuclear explosion. Well, how can it be that an electric arc produces all those exact same effects? Because it's the same phenomenon. You see what I'm saying? They've lied to the whole
Right.
fucking world, just like they've lied to the whole world about Jesus and Allah and all these whoever, Uh, no, the whole world believes the fable. Absolutely, 98% of the fucking world probably believes in this fable, just like all the other fables that 90% of the world believes in. But so it's not, it's not like there's not precedent for this. Religious delusions are so common,
Well,
so widespread. Like you're an exception if you're not religiously deluded in some fashion. So there's definitely precedent for the whole world being stupid and crazy. But yeah, they all believe this fable about, you just take these two magic rocks and bang them together and you can annihilate your enemies. It's the ultimate caveman fantasy. You're literally banging. That's how these nukes work. You take two pieces of plutonium and smack them together as fast as hard as you can. You're banging two rocks together. That, like I said, that's why that's what it's the ultimate caveman fantasy. That's why it's so pervasive and such a popular idea, because this is how they bill it to everyone. You just smack these two things together, like your Thor in a comic book, and boom, there's a massive fucking explosion that kills everyone but you. Like this. You know what I mean? This is the ultimate cartoon style fantasy they're selling to people. That's the only reason people even believe it. If they knew anything about physics, if they knew anything about electricity, uh, these things seem silly on their face. There's not many people across discipline educated enough to know that it's all bullshit. Basically, what it comes down to.
Well, that's the mechanics of it, and Tesla would, I'm sure, if he was sitting here, he would agree with you on that. Apparently, he understood how the mechanics of that worked. Me, I'm not a nuclear physicist. You know, as a
You
matter of
don't have to
fact, I
be.
don't even.
You don't have to be. You got
I don't.
experience with norm. You got experience with normal matter, right?
Oh yeah.
And you've seen electric arcs, right?
Yes.
You've seen what they can do.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine one that's 1,000 times the size. You may not be able to do it perfectly, but you can imagine a gigantic, the lightning bolt. Like you've seen lightning. Seen, you've either seen it in
That's,
person or oh shit.
we lost your volume, brother. Maybe he just got hit by lightning. I didn't hear anything though. Let's look up real quick and see how many tera electron volts CERN has gotten itself up to. Last time they got to 13 tera electron volts, they shook the Earth. They shook it.
Okay, yeah, I dropped my phone in the mud and it switched to a different window, and then I couldn't get it to go back. But
I'm patient. I'm
yeah,
seeing.
CERN's a weapons lab too. It's also part of the
Yeah.
geophysical weapons system.
Well, that's why I'm looking, because last time they got to 13 tera electron volts, they shook the whole fucking planet.
Yeah, that's why they're able to use that to alter the Earth's geomagnetic field and geoelectric field. It's a giant ring magnet that they can charge up to very high energies. So, they're able to influence Earth's magnetic field and the electric field. This is part of climate control. All these particle accelerators. They are also at the same time they're using it to do these things though. See, they were basically just studying it for a while with smaller ones, but once they started building large enough ones to actually influence the Earth's geomagnetic geoelectric fields, they already kind of knew how to use it to get predictable effects. So at that point, they still monitor the effects during their experiments, but their experiments are not about the byproducts of particle beams hitting stuff. That's just sort of a byproduct. Oh, we get to do some weird science while we're here too. But the main goal is to control the Earth's geoelectric and geomagnetic fields.
Okay, that looks like it was in 2022, 13.5 tera electron volts was the maximum and most electricity ever conducted. And that was at CERN.
When they say conducted, they mean they made an electron laser at that energy, which means that is the strength of the ring magnet. That correlates directly to the strength of the ring magnet.
That's what,
That's what it
yeah,
is. A giant ring.
basically running through
Magnetized.
here.
So when they run, electric current in motion creates an electric magnetic field. So
Yeah,
They're just
LHC sets
pushing on the
new
Earth's
world
magnetic field
record.
with it, and they're directly, it's like they're directly revealing it now. Like they're literally saying to people, "This thing can move the Earth." Is what they're saying. It's strong enough that it can influence the Earth, and they still want to peddle this fantasy though that climate control is just beyond our reach and all these things. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
We could
that
do
climate. No, that's circular, man. That's climate has changed variably throughout history.
and now it's
It's
changing
element.
predictably according to human demands. So we've got control of it now. So it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. We're gonna be steering it from now on. As long as human beings are at our level of technology or greater, we are going to control the climate of the Earth. We already do. It's just going to get on a finer and finer scale. But already we've got a massive infrastructure for controlling the climate.
Well, let's
all
count up some variables here. Let's take a little sum and total of things. They're capable of obviously reaching ionosphere manipulation, which was a HARP arrangement. They reached 13.5 tera electron volts with CERN. You had the Tesla incident that wound up flattening what was it, 100 plus miles worth of trees. Then you have the advent of AI technology. You have the development of drones. Autonomous beings are being developed for tactical use. Where's recess? When do we get recess? When do we just get to kick back and enjoy the fucking planet for once?
When most people are extinct, that's when. That's why they're
That's what I
sterilizing us
thought.
all right now. They're sterilizing humans right now. Wipe out most
That
of
was
them.
my.
Well, they don't have to wipe them out. They just have to sterilize everybody and wait. That's what they're doing to our children right now. They're going to sterilize as many of them as possible. It's accelerating. It's been going on for 100 years or more. Now it's accelerating. It's been accelerating, but now it's the geometric progression of it. So it's at the hockey stick point of accelerating. Where it's going to accelerate off the charts, and the birth rate's going to drop to near zero. And then 100 years from now, there'll be a billion people on the planet instead of 8.
So basically, as far as modern take on things, the 60s, 70s, and 80s were the last final hurrah before we became victims of technology. So that was the last recess, the last time we got to really experience life without the intrusiveness of everything being digital. I don't know, man.
Digital age started in the 1800s.
Well, yeah, I'm talking modern digital. I'm talking as in controlling. You got computer programs, operating programs that control timing on lights.
That started in the 1800s with mechanical computers. Babbage.
Right, paper strips, paper punch, coding. I'm aware of where.
Mechanical gears.
Yeah.
They had different methods of coding them, but mostly turning levers at first. But Babbage is a difference engine, and then Babbage is what do you call it? It was the first general purpose computer.
Right, but it wasn't something that was in the public arena at that time.
No.
That wasn't setting at everybody's house.
No,
They didn't carry it around the pocket.
But it was immediately being used to accelerate the advance of science immediately.
Well, to determine variables, yeah, I absolutely believe
No,
that. You know,
to do things like Maxwell's equations and things like that, which is
right? But
they took all these tables of data, physical data from physical experiments, and they want to make an equation out of it, out of all the data. You know, all they got is a table with 10,000 fucking values on it. You know, 10,000 sets of values. So they want to boil that down to one equation. So they started using these mechanical computers to do that, and that led to a direct increase in the advances of science. You know, statistical analysis and
so, what's your take then on the quantum state then, and how it's going to be adapted and applied?
there's a bunch of baloney.
You don't believe in
It's just
superposition?
superconducting. Every technology, every great new technology they tell us about that most people don't have general experience with. I'm not talking about radios and cars. You know what I'm saying? Something like quantum computers, they lie extensively about how it functions. Uh, they just say, well, it's just this thing we got to invest in, and it'll help our government, it'll help our academia, blah blah blah. But you know, here's the story about how it works. And get ready, it gets a doozy, you know. But god damn it, I keep dropping my fucking phone in the goddamn mud.
Well, that's good for it.
But
Fuck.
'cause I keep trying to bounce it on my leg.
Yeah, he must have taken the fatal plunge off of the edge of the metaverse. But anyhow, the collapsing of a wave function and the splitting of a photon are two things that I've endeavored to test. So the variables change, and I know that this is factual. Superposition is a state of probability. Any potential state that could arise within a probability zone, and the most cohesive one would be determined by the quantum effect. It would quantize every possibility. It would error correct. It would pass from chip to chip, qubit, and then it would come up with the reasoning of a superposition or a infinite possibility state of the most relevant possible state that would develop. It's kind of how the human mind works. But I think it's got a little bit to do with people. I think people are feeling the tension and the stress. I coming. Yeah, and made it back.
Well, I was saying about quantum. If you're talking about quantum computers, just superconducting computers, and the reason why they they refer to them as quantum computers is because they say, well, there's this uncertainty. What's the uncertainty? Uncertainty comes from you're talking about very tiny distances. You're transmitting information across very tiny distances in parallel, basically, where things can happen either simultaneously or near simultaneously, and we don't have the manufacturing processes to be to create like transistors the way we can on a larger scale. So they created a different kind of electronics and a different kind of processing, but it's only suited for uh, like probabilities. Really, that's all it's really good at.
Determining variables.
Probabilities and encryption, decryption.
But still,
But
that's better than just a binary, you know, a binary processor. Yeah,
and when
you're
when they make the thing, they try to they have to take into account the distance between two components. They have to take that distance into account because uh, if it happens in one, if things happen in one order, it's not like it has a semaphore like a silicon based CPU that we use today. It's not like it has a semaphore where it just goes one step at a time no matter what. It's everything happening at once inside these CPUs, just because of the fact that through when it's held at these very low temperatures, superconducting, the the transport is so near instantaneous and not affected by the resistance of a wire that's of a different length, but it's affected by just the distance. So a lot of the tricks they use with modern electronics, where they make traces that are longer or shorter, just to take into that account the resistance, you can't do that with superconductors. Everything has no resistance, and
right because
so
it's held in stasis by the temperature.
yeah. But you just have to use a different kind of architecture and a different kind of computing. But it's nothing mystical or magical about quantum states or anything. It's bullshit. Uh, it's just very fast computing on a very with on a scale unimaginably small.
Well,
But it's
the
but the larger it gets,
concept that
the larger it gets, the more impossible it gets to keep the thing stable and working. If once it gets bigger
that's
than
what
a
they're
handful,
fighting
once it
against.
gets bigger than a handful of atoms, the thing just goes nuts. There's no way to predict it. It's totally unpredictable. But then
Right.
again, we're using AI and better modeling to make them more predictable. So they can act more erratic. We can still get use out of them at higher temperatures and more unstable temperatures. We can make bigger computing devices. You don't have, maybe you have to keep them at maybe 30 degrees Kelvin instead of 0 Kelvin and 4.
Well, they have one now, according to the Willow, which was one of the first stabilized chips in open air environment without all the supercomputer cooling systems, and so they claim. You know,
That's a commercial product.
and then Microsoft, no,
That's a commercial
Tesla
product.
come up with the next
That's a
one.
commercial product that probably
Then
takes advantage of what they've learned using superconductor architecture, and they can back translate some of that to regular silicon architecture. And it's better at solving some problems, but it's not a better, it's not just an overall better computer at everything. There's some tasks it's still not good at. Yeah, these aren't
so
general purpose chips they're putting out. They're very quirky about how they can be used.
quirky. Yeah, cliche.
A
No,
lot of
not.
it's not intuitive. It's not
I mean,
intuitive.
no, back it.
A lot of it's not intuitive for people who study conventional electronics. Those skills don't really translate well to superconducting.
Well, when I think of the chips, the way they describe them, I kind of think of the next Planck moment and the infinite amount of possibilities, but you're only going to choose to do, one of two things. You're either going to react on a cause or you're not. And that's kind of how I looked at how these chips are kind of processing in that state. Is there's every potential variable there, but it will make a decision. And when it makes a decision, then that is kind of like us collapsing a wave function. That some bitch is going to act on that. And I don't think there's going to be much reasoning with it. I think it's going to be on a directive.
Reasoning with what?
Well, if they apply that to the infrastructure, if they start using, uh, even the shit, the superconducting computers, quantum, if they apply that, I don't know, man. Just concerns me who has control over it at the moment. Because
Yeah, that's
I
the
can
people that have
see
control over everything else.
I can see the implications for mass manipulation, deception, um, creating world events by use of information simultaneously transmitted worldwide. People have gotten adjusted to uh, political theater. I mean, really, And I'm sitting here, I was thinking today, man, I really, I really miss rotary dial phones actually, kind of sometimes, and I kind of miss having some of the freedoms and some of the liberties that we don't get to indulge in anymore. And then I got to thinking, well, who the fuck is anybody to make a decision for me anyhow? You know,
I've always
who
felt that
put
way.
them in place?
I
And
didn't agree to all these rules.
well, no, I've been rebellious, but it just whenever I seen the stranglehold of what they done with propaganda through a political party and through senators, that 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 hit something. That hit a nerve with me, and I was like, "Damn, they can control the emotional state of a global civilization, mankind. If
Do it
they've got any
directly,
type of like, yeah." And
without video
I'm
or audio. They can do it directly. Just remotely control brain states.
well, that's atmospheric, yeah. Um, using our biofields, and they were doing that with Bluetooth. Max
Yeah,
Vision,
they can remotely control brain states by every chemical pathway and mineral pathway in your body has a resonance frequency that you can either amplify it or block it or cease it entirely. Uh, and so any chemical pathway they want to activate in your brain, they can do it remotely.
well, that's what our understanding was. Max Vision, he gets into that pretty heavy because he's extremely energy affected. And I was working with frequency technology, and yeah, I absolutely know what can be done with mood altering, crowd control, you know, voice to skull technology,
All these new
imaging.
vaccines, they're using technology developed at Harvard and other places, but Harvard calls it Brainbow. So it's a inject a virus into the subject, and it remaps some of the material in their brain where each brain cell gives off a different color. Fluoresces in a different color under ultraviolet light, and they use it to map neurons. But you can also code the virus to make any change you want, so you can have something that creates basically a miniature RFID chip in each brain cell. So they're using that technology
Right,
too to basically
right.
make brain states easier to read remotely and easier to control.
Well, it
Literally,
really
and when I say brain states, I
fucks.
mean thoughts, vision, hearing, sensations, all brain states. Everything,
Well, it
anything
finally
emotion.
come out that they actually used that in the Iraqi war. That's Freedom of Information Act and a release of information on the fact that they were using uh, demoralizing brain feed to discourage and I guess, basically demoralize the opponent. But that's actually out now. That's been released that they did actually do that. So I'm looking at everything as a system of engineering control for the physical, now the mental, and if you take over the physical and the mental, the only recourse you have then is maybe some spiritual defense, unless you can atmospherically, counter the frequencies, the technology that they're doing. And I'm like, man, they took the recess away from us. They took our recess.
I
That
never liked the
pisses me
recess
off.
anyway.
I did, because I didn't give a shit about sitting in that class listening to some dry bag tell me something that was so irrelevant to me, unless it was math, reading, or writing, you know, and it just didn't seem relevant.
I
And
went to good school.
later, what's that?
I went to good schools.
I like I said, I had to get educated later in life.
Also, I went to a bad high school, public high school, but
Well, I'm seeing, I'm seeing what's happening with the Pam. She comes on the channel every once in a while. She was the first one that made the statement about the algorithm changing whenever the political parties changed. And I got to mute up for a second. Sorry. Okay. But anyhow, whenever she mentioned that the algorithms had changed when the political parties had changed, I noticed that my air correction and on my phone started acting different. And I had it with one particular phone I have. I had it down to the point where it pretty much knew what I was going to say and could give me a relative word, or it made it easier for me to text. And that changed here recently. And it really threw me off because I didn't realize that I had become kind of accustomed to just utilizing that air correction and suggestive wording. So that has an effect on
chills
everyone's. Yeah.
I had a series of phones that the keyboard performed very poorly for me, and they were all cheap burner phones. I got phone gifted to me. It's sort of a higher end phone using the same app for the keyboard, but it performs so much better. So it's like the keyboard knows if you have a cheap phone, and it makes itself act crappily. I think that's part of its, part of its coding is if you're on a cheap model phone, don't perform as well. Basically, use a different algorithm that guesses badly and doesn't remember anything.
It just kind of bothered me to think that that's a part of the suppression of a critical thinking mind is whenever you start relying on things like that. And when I seen that I noticed the change in the algorithm, then I realized, well, hell, I've been dependent on this quite a bit, which let me know exactly where I stood at that moment. You know, that was a look in the mirror moment.
I've had keyboards that, or phones, I should say, where the keyboard would not let me, I would say not let me, like didn't forbid me to do anything, but it would never adapt certain words that I would use a lot. Many words that I use a lot, it would become suggested more frequently and more easily, But certain things certain words it would never suggest, and it would also start behaving differently depending on what I was talking about. Certain subjects, it would start malfunctioning and giving me bad, or where it would take me 10 times as long because I had to backspace over every single word, almost, or backspace 10 times as much, and it would just make so many errors that I'd have to go back and correct. It would take me 10 times as long to compose a single sentence.
Well,
It's very frustrating. But that's only certain subjects, so it was very obvious. I mean, it seems to me very obviously like, okay, these things are okay. These software on these things, you don't need a fucking 300 megabyte program. This stores another 250 megabytes of user data in order to get a usable goddamn keyboard. You know what I'm saying? It's not just a usable keyboard. It nudges people. You know what psychological nudging is?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's
Course setting by directionary force. Over system time influence.
It's a cumulative thing, Well, that's what these keyboards do. They they use different types of psychological nudging, and the modes are often set by the value of the phone, the dollar value of the phone. It's nuts.
Look, man, I've got an iPhone 11, and I can't. I hate it. I don't want fucking nothing to do with that son of a bitch. It's aggravation. Its functions are completely different than the Android.
I don't know how.
Maybe if I
don't know how they do their development cycle because I've always used Android.
Oh man, if you're used to using Android, man, and you switch over to an iPhone, within a matter of hours, you're wanting to smash that son of a bitch. And I have a Windows phone, which is an interesting device that I wound up with. And but that's actually easy. It's as easy to interact with as if you run just a regular computer, and it has a Windows operating system on it, and I can utilize that really well. But man,
I want to put Ubuntu on a phone.
You want to put what?
Ubuntu Touch. It's an operating system, Linux-based operating system.
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that. I got it.
It's a popular Linux distribution.
Yeah, I know what the Linux is, but what are you developing?
No, it's Ubuntu's put out by a company called Canonical, and they make an Ubuntu Touch that is for mobile devices, tablets.
Huh. Well, I guess I learned something new then. Because I broke out, I can show you, if I put them here to some of the resource books that I've been using. One, well, naturally my Latin books, because I'm still endeavoring into some of the shit they covered up with Latin. But I broke out my cheats, my computer structure and design, my Unix. Um, oh man, Unix environment coding. I broke out my C pluses, my C plus plus. Started going through all of it and trying to make it relevant to apps instead of being able to, because unless you get in developer mode on your phone, you can't really do a whole lot with it without an app. And apps are what we used to call programs, which were interactive. You could have interaction with them. You could rewrite certain positions, and you can't. I don't know how to take. I guess I don't know how to take an app apart. I'm having a difficult time understanding the simplistic nature of a program that just does everything itself, and you can have no physical interaction with it to change any variables. And I'm looking through all my shit, man, and I'm just outdated. You know, I haven't developed an app. I've developed the ideal for a couple, and when I presented them, that's when me and the lawyer got into it. He did what he done, but I don't know how you would do that unless it's just downloading an app or if you're designing it. Is this like something from the I don't know what is this, proprietary manufacturing? Is it an app? And if it's not, how are you getting it to work with your phone? Uh-oh. Fucking YouTube stole his voice.
Who?
Son of a bitch. You.
No.
See, the only thing that I can relate that to is Linux being an environment.
Operating system.
Hold on. Okay, this is the laptop that has the split hard drive. This one's the one that has Linux and Windows, and the hard drive is partitioned in half. One half of it is Linux, the other half is Windows. But I haven't used that. As a matter of fact, the version of Windows that's on it is Vista. I haven't played around in that backyard for a long time, man. So you're saying that Linux is compatible with cell phone operating systems and app?
Well, Android is a Linux operating system.
Is it?
Yeah.
Makes sense then.
Ubuntu Touch is just another Android distribution. Sort of.
Yeah. Well, I guess I lost track of shit. Got left behind, a little outdated, man. You know, phones. I've only been on phones. I've only had a smartphone. This is just going on the third year of me having a smartphone, and I've resisted. I kept my flip phone till nobody would service my flip phone, and my son convinced me to get a smartphone. And the only thing I use it for is broadcasting and just telecommunications. I still work fundamentally on Windows 7. I hate Windows 10 all the way back to Windows 95. And if I need something done, I will work in that environment and then adapt it so that I can utilize and launch it onto my laptop, onto the web, and I just use the phones for broadcasting. So you got me beat there, buddy, with information on that. Give me a good solid XT, Windows 7, and shit, man. There's very little I can't do. And then you give me a connection, and I'll track it. I'll trace it, and I'll hunt it down. But a fucking app, just
I don't like to use
not the
Windows at
same.
all.
I don't like using apps. You know, I'd rather just, they seem so proprietary to not being able to take them any further than what they're designed to do and their restrictions or limitations. And then, you know, too many restrictions and limits. They made it too user friendly. And now that everybody's got these chat assistants and the ARR that's coming across, you know, I guess I'm going to be competing with technology to stay relevant until I hit the grave, and I'm not really looking forward to that. That's why I was like, "Where's recess, man?" I seen too much shit out there today, and that's the first time I left my house in months, and I was like, nah, I seen too much shit. Come back all depressed, sat down, was thinking of the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, and was like, man. I like the ideal that technology could be integrated and it could work and it could be an absolute wonderful thing. But whenever I got hit with that concept of instantaneous worldwide influence after prepping through subliminalism or slow drip programming, I just took a different look on a couple things, man, and got nostalgic, I guess. I suppose getting out of the house and roaming around in the city for a bit can do that to a person. The whole city has changed. New buildings, new. I mean, downtown is just completely, absolutely changed. And they must have done this over the last couple of years since I've been inside. I'm like, fuck. So I don't know, man. I just got nostalgic today. I was on a panel with Gen X Jeff. We were talking nostalgia, light bright, color forms, cartoons of that era, all the things we'd done before there was technology. And then
Light
I've been
brights are
endeavoring
technology.
in what's that?
Light brights are actually technology.
I don't know, man. I just got nostalgic, that's all. Then I think I was overloaded with all this looking into these competing. Every one of them are competing for this new processor, you know. And it was just like it's slowly developing the user again, and then you catch yourself, and then when you catch yourself being used by the computer or the phone or whatever the fuck, it gives you a moment of system shock, man. And then you really take into consideration how they're developing people to not think, because they can change the algorithm and fuck everybody up. They can send out, like I said, mass synchronized information. And to me, it just didn't seem much fun. It didn't seem like the endeavor. The philosophical side of it and the way that AI sees us, that I like. What Cam does with the music, that I like. I've seen some pretty interesting AI art. But to simulcast politically or even through uh, network news and media, that's the one that really that's the one that bit me in the ass today. Didn't like what I saw. You know, it's bad enough that these people were put into place to use the minimal amount of authority to their position, and the people were supposed to be able to keep that in control. And that just isn't the case. And then to think that even the politician doesn't have to do anything anymore except be a representation, and they can launch a media onslaught of all these different characters doing the exact fucking same thing simultaneously. Maybe we should develop a cheat code for that.
Well, for what?
Some type of I don't know, identifier, something that identifies replicated patterns of speech for hesitation and phrasing signatures, so that you could open up a channel, and every time that your algorithm hit on them doing that with the simulcasting of the exact same waveform by variable of time, it exposes it. It pulls it up and shows it. I think that would be a useful application of time. Creating something of that nature, just when a politician doesn't have to be a politician anymore, and everything is manipulated to the point where it's not even remotely hid now. It is so in your face with what they're doing, and it's like, the fuck, man. Guess I just got a little taste of what's really going on out there. I just step out of my comfort zone, I guess. I got this little bank card. You used to have a machine, man. You slid your little bank card in there, put your pin in, did its thing. And I encountered my first experience with not slide. There was nowhere to slide the fucker in. You had to tap it. And I was like, fuck, man. They could neutralize a card. I could neutralize a card with a fucking a stun gun, and it wouldn't have to be that high voltage either. And I just didn't like that too much either today. It almost felt like there wasn't a I don't know, man. Wasn't like handing somebody paper money. It wasn't solid. Didn't feel solidified. It felt like such a passive, blasé thing that you don't actually have value to the cost of what you're buying because you're not actually seeing paper money change hands for the item. It's just tap here. And they've made it so easy and conditioned. I wonder how many people are just tapping there until they're fucking tapping their bank account out. And I wonder if that isn't in the design itself. You know, they started in at what, the penny. So they quit producing the penny now, right?
I have no idea.
That's the last I understood they did. They were going to stop using pennies. They're collecting a whole lot of copper. You know, I probably would have been better off had I just continued being just a general social media, just using it as a social aspect and to post some of my music, man. I didn't want to get into another developmental factor of society change due to technology. Done been through it myself. I don't know how old you are. I remember when they changed all the cash registers out, the gas stations all got changed out. Everything changed, and I had to redevelop. And I watched a whole everybody just completely at wit's end. Now with the new aspect of these word models and stuff, I'm and what they're doing with this new approach with their technology. Man, I don't want to go through another one of the Viva a hacker, you know. Maybe you got the right idea, brother. Just build you a tiny box, minimalize, and wait for the coming storm, the golden age, the Stargate infrastructure. Because I can't. There's no way I can keep fighting and learning and staying present the way the AI is moving. Seems like but a few weeks ago that they had broke all this new ground with chips that now it's a race and they're competing, and it just seems like redevelopment all over again. And I'd really hate to wake up one day like I did, catching myself using the autocorrect or the suggest on texting, and then realize that I just spent the last few months under the influence of something that I didn't even realize that I was doing or was paying attention to, or it becomes subconsciously reliant on. There's no recess. There's no fun time. And it's not a gloom thing. I don't think it's about gloom. It's just about disappointment. Just disappointment, man. So is that all you've got is a phone? You don't have a laptop?
Got a laptop. I don't use it much.
Oh, okay. I say I got a whole bunch of some bitches sitting around here. Fuck. It's just gonna get into a little bit about my experiences and encounters with AI and its interpretation as I know it, and its representation of the human. But guess not. Maybe I'll find a church and take up an activist role as some character modeling for the individual, and I'll compete with the platforms and the operating systems. Grab me a megaphone, stand on the street corner. You outside there, brother? Right, maggot. Oh shit, Cage is backstage. Damn chat was going, I wasn't watching it. Cage is backstage. Sorry, Cage. Did not mean to not respond to you. Sometimes I can't see, man. I get to. Oh shit. I hate to I missed Cage. Sorry I missed your message, maggot. I was still, my head's a little nostalgic. Just can't seem to pull myself into time and motion of the moment with technology, man. I have to catch up with Cage later on, man. Did not mean to miss their messages. Probably thinking that fucker cocksucking rotten son of a bitch. Right? Right, maggot. You're right. I guess today I took the day off and decided not to fight. And it gave me a little clarity about how consumed I had become. And I don't understand why I've got a big ass giant monitor in front of me and it will not, absolutely will not, show me the chat. It just locks up. Video's fine. Chat goes dead. Locks up and freezes. There, now. Son of a bitch. And I guess that's a definite sign that I took a recess today. Got to step back and just fucking look at everything. How old are you, brother?
53.
Well, hell, you grew up around the same era that I did, man. Did you see this coming back then? I didn't.
See what?
You know, oh, back, it was, it's around 80, 89, 90 when I was first introduced to computers. But I didn't see the. I guess I just didn't want to see. That's more what it is. I didn't want to see. I always considered a DJ as and I never considered them a musician, a musically talented, and that's kind of what I think we've stepped into with a lot of this, but not on an entertainment level, on just an all-around level. Big old recess, and I hate that I missed Cage. That's oh, hold on. Okay, not Cage, but
It's
all right.
how's it going, Rat?
Oh,
I've talked to you before. I don't know if you remember me.
yeah, just having a bit of a nostalgic flashback. I got out of the house today, spent some time with a younger generation, and just interacted with different places and environments. And I didn't even take my phone with me. I left everything behind, and I realized, just kind of realized that by not paying attention and paying attention, I lost my focus of attention on what the relevancy of this shit can do. It's that intrusive. I mean, I'd overlooked the fact that I was slowly being suggested to use algorithms in my phone for texting, and it when I started looking at that and realized that that had already gotten a hold of me, I started looking at a few other things, and I was like, damn, man, this shit's just creeping in, and had to take a minute to reflect, kind of throw it all off to the side. Didn't like what I was seeing with the AI stuff too. Its interpretation. I don't know if you clicked the link and seen the Erie fish tank videos, but man, the hell of a take on humans. Oh no shit. What a day. So what's up with you, Izzy?
Not much. I was just chilling. Just started listening to you guys, but
Yeah, not gonna probably too entertained with my disposition with things at the moment. We were talking on Gen X Jeffs about light bright, big wheels, set and spin. Uh,
you said with the Gen X Jeff.
yeah.
Okay, I don't really listen to him.
Well, I go on there every once in a while just to get away from everything. And
Tommy was actually on earlier. Do you go to his?
no, me and
Okay.
Tommy got some bad history.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
really enjoy listening to him that long.
yeah, he's I don't know, man. Tommy's his own character, his own cat. As long as
Hmm.
he's
He had the whole crew. Like even Talcott was on. Like just like 30 minutes ago. Paul Unslaved. All
wow,
of them. Yeah. He
all
brought
the
a huge
superstars.
freaking this drama going on with
Yes, yeah,
Snafu. You know Snafu, right?
yeah. I
Snafu
know Snap.
Snaps.
Yeah, oh yeah,
He calls
yeah. You
everyone.
know,
uh,
pedo pogo, and I'm
yeah.
the demon.
He hasn't called you
Yeah.
that, has he?
No, I'm the demon.
Oh, you're the
I'm
demon.
the confessed. Yes, I am the confessed demon. I am the spawn of Satan himself, and every time he opens his mouth, it you're a demon, your son's a murderer, and you know I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'm a demon. But I put a little glitch to that yesterday. A whole group of them, huh?
The whole group, yeah, can you imagine?
Wow.
I'm surprised the King Stephen wasn't there.
Yeah,
He's kind of part of it.
he's made himself very scarce.
Oh, he'll be
He
back. He's not going anywhere.
No, I don't imagine he'll go anywhere fly. He's got to reinvent himself. He's got to figure out a new angle.
Why is it getting too redundant? It's like a just repeats
Um,
the same thing over and over.
yeah, uses other people's lives as content. And I don't know, man. That's that's what I'm noticing is when I see maybe I don't I should actually jar the fuck out of everyone to know that 21 senators re- repeated the exact same phrases with the exact down to the millisecond intervals in their voices. And I don't see that as being feasibly fucking possible. Even Murphy wouldn't. Murphy's rolling in his fucking grave going, how could such an atrocity happen? You know, and that peace robot here, he said, you know, uh, deep fake. And I'm thinking then, if we're getting deep fakes and they are able to take 21 senators and create a scenario like that where they're all image based, then who the fuck is really running things? Is it the
So they're not even
programmer?
actually humans. It's just an AI, right?
That yeah, I did a waveform on them because I was when I heard True Stream Media play it, and I'll drop the link back out there for where True Stream actually used the video and brought it all up, and I thought no, she synchronized that somehow. But no, it's not synchronized. Individually, I fed these into SoundForge. The peaks were different, but the variables in silence were absolutely to the millisecond. And the odds of that happening, about the same as me hitting the fucking lottery.
Truths Media has been for a while, isn't it? This couple, this cute lady with glasses. Is that her?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Okay,
they've been
I'm not sure about them. They've been around for a while, but I'm not completely 100% skeptical a bit about them. But that's just me.
well. I wasn't.
I think we lost Rattblood again.
can the host be gone?
Yeah, that's weird. You could run the show.
Okay.
It's back.
Yeah. I
How do
wasn't
you
so much.
just disappear like that? Is it just your connection or something?
No, there's some spooky action at a distance happening with some of my electronics at times. I'm not sure.
Do you have
But
like a studio? Do you talk through your computer or your phone?
my phone, I
What kind
won't
of phone do you
allow.
have?
Well, I've got a Windows phone. I got an iPhone 11. I got two Androids here. And that's just local while I got set up. And I've got 3 laptops running.
What do
So
you use your laptops for?
one's for music and sound engineering, frequency manipulation. The other's for image editing, research. And then I got one for multimedia on my channel. Then I broadcast from a dead phone that doesn't have anything in it. So there's
Hmm.
nothing to get. And then I read the chat from another one and I monitor anyone else that's either restreaming or simulcasting me. So I utilize them all.
You have like a whole
And
production in there.
yeah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Here, I'll let you see. Just what I got set here in front of me. Remember, I got a phone in my hand, so let's turn this around so you can see what I. That's why I was just like, I need a recess. I need to go play somewhere. Get the hell away from all this for a bit. Okay, now we got this. All right. Okay, my monitor, um, laptop, phone, laptop, laptop, iPhone 11. Uh, now I got terabyte drives hooked up to all the laptops, and this is where I broadcast from.
Did it
But
take you a while to build all of that? Like, it's gone again.
Okay, no, I've got a music studio in the other room. So
Oh, you have a separate music studio also?
yeah,
You must
yeah,
live
this
in a
is
big house or something.
that's a decent size for me. I live alone,
Hmm.
but um, I do my recording for music in the other room, and everything here is just for broadcasting, keeping track of everything, feeding algorithms in, developing frequency, technology, just sound design, social media, just information, research, study. And that's why I was like a little overwhelmed.
Hmm. You probably spent a lot of time in there.
Yeah, well, today was the first day that I have actually been out of the house and in public. And let's see, I've been free from the pain management for, haven't been to them for, uh, Haven't had an office visit before, so I haven't been out of the house in 4 months. I've been in here for 4 fucking months, man. Just
So you're not
banging
even
away.
grocery shopping, food shopping, everything gets delivered or something.
My food, yeah, my food's delivered food, and I've got in-home services that was taking care of me up until I wound up having to change my endeavors into my comfort.
So not really
I
real
had
life connection with people.
none.
How did it
Nope.
feel
In-home
today to be out?
strange. It was just weird.
And you
It
didn't
was
have your phone, so you're probably trying to see like, because I feel like if I don't take my phone, then it's almost like I'm trying to look for it if I leave it. You know, if I leave it intentionally at home, but then if I go somewhere, I'm like trying to reach for it. You know,
right, right, and
like
the
something is
two young.
missing.
Well, that's just it. It's the two young boys that the lady I was with, her kids. They were as quiet and content in the back seat with a phone.
Hmm.
And my friend, she she had her phone, but she had lost her wallet, her identification and stuff, and she couldn't remember whether she left it in the other car or at a friend's house. So she was completely distracted, and the two kids in the back were just going to town on their phones and oblivious to everything around them. And I was like, "Fuck, this is insane."
Hmm.
You know, it was just displacement everywhere, and I realized that I was doing the same thing, man,
Yeah.
building a wall.
If you go to the store, you go anywhere, just people are just on their phone, you know.
Yeah, disconnect everywhere, and I was like, this is not what I remember, you know,
And even
and
being
that's
with
just
real life people, it's not fun anymore. That's how I feel, but it's the same
too
thing.
many too many ulterior motives. That's why I don't know. I've had problems with healthcare providers, doctors, case management. I, I guess I'm a hard case. They they called me resistantly stubborn, and I was finally like, well, if I'm going to be of any use to my son and my daughter, then I gotta get rid of all the convenient overseers, in-home nurse, in-home healthcare, case management, pain management, all the medication, and this is going on that's going on the second month. Yeah, second month. I had to readjust physically, getting off
So are
all
they
that
helping
medicine.
you? Are they, you feel like they're helping you?
Oh, I just have uh, right now. I just have a I'm more of a friend. I'm not a medical nurse anymore. Um, I got a psychological guy that he stops by every once in a while, but as far as attentive care, 24 hours, not no more.
So why did you have that? Do you mind me asking?
Yeah, I had a spine, uh, my spine collapsed. Had come out of I was a nomad, for a while. Malnutrition, dehydration, exhaustion. Then I had genetic bone deterioration, spinal collapse, was stabbed 9 times, did neurological damage. I've only got one lung. Um,
You're
and
not
it just,
very old. You're in your 50s, right?
yeah, yep. Yeah, I lost my lung when I was 3 years old, though. And been a lifelong smoker. I love my smoke, my
Weed or
nicotine.
cigarettes?
Uh,
Both.
Take choice.
Hmm.
So, it's just, I'd become so comfortable, complacent. I mean, I didn't have to do any of it. Hell, if I wanted anything, all I had to do was just tell people that were here. But today was the first day that I had to go out, and I just left it all behind. And it was just different. I don't know, man.
Did you enjoy it, or did you just want to go back home to your comfort?
I guess I can't say I didn't enjoy it because it was an enjoyable experience. I was with a good friend, our kids. We went out and went to a few places, got some things that I was interested in, and made it back safe. But the people, the people were just imposive and despondent. It's like they didn't see you, or you're not
Hmm.
even.
Or they're too
Well, you're,
in their own world, in their own head, that they're not even thinking of other people. That's what I notice when I'm around other people in real life. They're too
well,
self-absorbed.
I think I was. I think that today was definitely a staple to let me know that you know I have been here for so long, behind these monitors and strung out on pain pills and albuterol, prednisone, Klonopin, Paxil, gabapentin, naproxen, Subriva.
That's a lot of pills you're taking.
I'm not now.
So you don't take
That's just
anything
it.
now?
I'm weaning off of the Paxil at the moment.
What's
You know,
Paxil? What does that do for you?
Paxil is a serotonin inhibitor. Raises your serotonin level because I go through bouts of hyperreality. And if I don't have the Paxil, then I go into these states where everything is so pronounced and everything is so defined that it's overwhelming. And I start,
So your
freak-
sensories get like overstimulated, kind of. So it kind of
yeah,
balances the
yeah,
sensory.
yeah, it does something with the serotonin, and it keeps those states at bay. But that's something I'm going to have to probably face head on after I get off of it. I don't know, you know.
Wean yourself out of it,
Yeah, trying to
which is hard,
using
right?
a lot of. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been you know, been subjecting myself to a little bit of the booze, take the edge off,
Do
or
you
otherwise
drink? You drink alcohol?
At the moment I hadn't drank for shit, man. I only drank maybe once or twice in 10 years. since I got stabbed. I quit drinking after I got stabbed, and sometimes
What kind of
that
people have you been around that they they stabbed you?
biker,
Mm. You guys got into a fight or something?
yeah, a little dispute,
Mm.
disagreement over some territory. Yeah, I don't know. I just did a lot of things in my life, experienced a lot, and then I kind of crawled in this hole, and I'd become comfortably numb. So I had to shake things up a bit. I did. They are. Now it's just a matter of contending with it. But I have a whole new thing to look at now. Is I couldn't relate to a motherfucking person out there today. Not one of them.
In the
I couldn't.
real world,
Yeah, yeah. I
the kids, no, but not even that woman you were with, the friend you were with. She was in her own.
everybody seemed like another species. You know,
Hmm.
it's like I crawled up out of the muck and the mire and found myself in a world full of living things that weren't the same species. You know, I they were. It,
You couldn't relate.
despondent.
Couldn't relate
No,
with them. Yeah.
no, no, not at all. Everything was so impersonal. Everything was all digital. Everything was swipe, tap. You know, um,
Hmm.
no physical exchange, uh, no courtesy, no. There was. It was just
It's
cold,
like get in, get out.
empty. Yeah, it was cold, empty, unhospitable, and the people didn't help it out because they were the ones that were projecting that. And I was like, man, you used to get a good day, a high, somebody fucking open a door for another person, somebody, hesitate in the parking lot before they
Hmm.
hit you with their
Or
car.
just have like a random conversation with somebody, a stranger, like something, It doesn't happen much these days, you know.
It, it didn't happen at all to that. It was weird. I mean,
You probably couldn't wait to go home. You're like, fuck this. That's how I feel when I go out sometimes, most of the time. Hang out with real life
yeah,
people. I just feel
but,
comfortable by myself in my own space. It's my,
right? I can
mhm.
appreciate that. But then I realized
It's not healthy though. I don't think it's, because then you get depressed, lonely, you know.
I got nostalgic. I was I was just kind of missing, back in the day, really sunk in hard, especially when I seen that, I was becoming a part of the algorithm, man. I was getting right in step with it, and
Hmm.
it didn't matter whether I had company or not. Didn't matter if I seen outside for 2, 3 weeks. You know, it didn't matter. But I was being engineered, and I caught it, and I'm glad I did. Really glad I did. So instead of coming home and just diving right into shit, I kind of took a minute to reflect. Went on with Gen X Jeff because he was talking about nostalgia, and how things used to be, and the toys we used to play with, the things we used to do that kids don't do no more. And
Hmm.
how we got to just kids, they're, I compare social media and interaction with technology that gives you a dopamine hit. The big tech leaders are kind of like the drug dealers. And that's the way I look at it. You know, they're selling you a digital drug, and you're paying out the wazoo for it with the internet, phone service. You know, if you don't want commercials, you have to pay for that. You want a subscription to something, you have to pay for that. You want an app, you got to pay for. And I was like, fuck, you know, I'm getting hit in the real world with bills. I've become complacent and compliant with being used to working online and never thinking twice about it. And it all just kind of caved in with that whole, man, do you remember? And I was like, yeah, I do. Well, South Park had an episode on that. What were those called? Memberries?
I never really watched South Park.
Yeah, it's just a funny ass episode. But
Maybe Peace Robot is familiar with it. I'm not sure.
just a lot of nostalgia caught up with me. And I was like, man, and to see those two boys just as content, and
How old were the boys?
3 and 7 or 5 and 7,
Oh,
shit, 3 and
they're
7, five
young
and
and
seven.
they're on the phone.
Yeah, yeah, they were just quiet, content. Um, their
That's to shut the
disposition was
kids up. Just give them the phone, you know. When I worked in customer service and I used to help like families and stuff, and they just give the phone to the kid, so the kid just shuts up and just zoning on the phone, you know, or the iPad. Even
right.
like a 3-year-old, you know, when you're like, what do you
It
call
was
that thing where you push the baby? Uh,
push the baby.
that little, you know, like little
I'm not
babies, you push them in the little thing,
stroller.
so they have a yeah, a
Oh,
stroller.
yeah.
They have a
It,
thing where you could have it like stand like a little iPad screen for the kid to just like
yeah, that's
zone out.
I. I don't know. I'm trying to, I guess, come to terms with my own uh, the fact that I will allowed myself to become a victim in such a manner that I was endeavoring into my world here so deeply. I was cutting ties with everything, getting off of all this medication, trying to build this new type of rapport with my son and redevelop some type of structure so that I could be of value and use. And it all just hit at once, and I was just like tacked out. I was like, damn. And I just started thinking back. I don't think I don't think this whole thing is going to work out in in the best way if they're going to actually use technology as the infrastructure for the United States. Things are impersonal, people are contemptuous. People are they're feeling a side effect, almost a sickness to the emotional. It's not even. It goes beyond emotion. It goes into the core of your being, of who and what you are, and you have to become either submissive, compliant, and you have to utilize, or just completely be resistant, because I don't even think there's a good point where you can say I'm just dabbling or just using this as a tool, because that's what I originally used these things for, was a tool. All my laptops and my towers, and it was tool.
But now
And
it's an
today,
attachment.
Yeah, it was yeah, it was the first time that I just left everything behind. I didn't have a wall of monitors and computers in front of me. I didn't have sound equipment all around me. Didn't even have a phone. But I watched everybody else, and I was like, "Damn, that's me right
Hmm.
there.
It's
That's
hard
what
to
I'm doing."
avoid it. That's the thing. Even not just in the United, but the whole world. I was in Zambia last year, and everybody had a phone. Even like, it's very poor there. Even like really poor people are on their phones. They have phones. They're affordable. So,
That's why I
and when I went
I
in 2012, there were not many people who had phones. Only people who had money or had, but not like really poor people. There's people in the villages that have phones now. So
well, when you
it's very
see
cheap to
indigent,
get data, buy data, even compared to United States. It's a lot cheaper there. And I think Elon Musk is gonna put like is it called Neuralink, the satellite?
yeah. Oh, Starlink is the satellite. Neuralink
Starlink,
is.
not Neuralink. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. Starlink.
That's all right. Yeah, he's already got some satellites up there. You can see the chain of them on a clear night
So are
as they're
people
passing.
using that yet, or is it still on the?
Well, I know he allowed Ukraine to use it, and then there was some disposition between him and Ukraine, and he pulled his agreement with them and took Starlink away from them. I guess I'm also now conscious of the fact that I'm going to have to be completely on top of subliminal subconscious training by conditioning. I, Peace Robot had a good word for it, probably better than the word I used,
What
of
word
what
is
I
that?
just said. He had a good word about being conditioned slowly over time. Sometimes you just go silent.
Yeah, he is like that.
So, but
Maybe he's bored with our conversation or something.
could be. I'm just sharing. That's all I'm
You
doing.
should bring Pamela. Ask Pam to come on the panel.
Sam had a good show. Got to see her show.
Oh, did she live stream?
Yes,
I didn't know
absolutely.
that.
I got to see her. She was restreaming I forget his name, but he's been into esoteric for years, and he's got his shit together. I didn't know Pam watched him also, and she was restreaming, and she was playing some of her music, and it was just a damn good stream. Very educational, very insightful. She was making commentary in between, and I thought she did an absolute wonderful job.
Yeah, she's
So,
good. She has a wide knowledge of a lot of different things.
oh man,
I've listened to her.
yeah, yeah. She seems to be very well centered with it and aware of both concepts and aspects of good, light, dark, good, evil, whatever you want, however you want to, opposites
Hmm. And
of
she
the
stays away
internal
kind of
self.
from the YouTube drama, I noticed. A lot of them, these women on the panel verse have been like, I don't know, including me, so with Steven, but
Yeah,
I should take notes from Pam.
well, it wouldn't hurt. It really wouldn't because she's been an inspiration. She actually got me playing music again, and I hadn't I hadn't created music since the last song I'd done would have been almost 5 months ago. Five going on 6 months
The
since I
music,
did a
do you have
release.
it on your YouTube, the music that you create?
Yeah, I've got right now. I just have the peaceful ones on there. I have probably about 100 songs in my video list that I performed, and some of them are they all have a message to them generally, unless they're a diss type of song. But I when I changed the format of this channel, I took all that down so that I could work on something new. And I took all the live streams down and buried them so that I could start a whole new platform of live streaming without the trolls and the cults of
Mhm.
personality. And I was hoping to develop a much more in touch and developed base. And it didn't take no time. Here they come again. So I took some pretty heavy action, and I haven't had a problem since then.
So you're recreating your channel, basically, reinventing.
Everything, yeah, yeah, everything. Trying to stay more relevant, trying to stay at least informative. But if I'm subjected
Because you don't
to an
want to do the
algorithm,
same thing. Because I feel like 2024, like, are we just going to continue in this the panel verse thing just got so stagnant, and in my
yes,
opinion, before that, it was, I think, Discord, where everybody would get on Discord and then go in their voice chat, and it was kind of like the same thing like this. And those are the same people who are making now like live streams and stuff, you know.
yeah.
So I don't think YouTube, this platform, it's just become so saturated with garbage.
Well, one thing I know that if you're not commercially viable, they don't promote you. And if you have a little bit of an alternative aspect to your channel, they don't like to promote that either. Pam's got a really good system that she uses that helps to promote her music.
Hmm.
So but she's on top of it, and I was doing personality analysis and evaluation and running them through.
Pam's backstage, by the way. Oh, there she is. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, Pam, good show today.
thank you. I had so many internet problems. Every time it rains here in Arizona, my internet goes to shit because we don't get a lot of it. So
Well, it turned out good.
thank you. That means a lot. It was interesting because I had someone from a former channel that I used to go to that's a regular there. They're like, "Oh, I don't like AI music," and they like unsubbed. And I was like, "All right."
I like some AI. I think it's very creative, you know, too. You have to
Pam's
at least put it together, right?
Yeah. Well,
It's
the
not
thing
AI
is
doing everything.
yeah, but it's like a tool to make something, right? But people don't consider the evil in the entertainment industry and like how musicians and artists they get taken advantage of, and so we're gonna like fight to defend that when there's a tool that hasn't exploited, like women and like children and like young talent. Like, are you kidding me? It's
Hmm.
crazy to me, but
Yeah, the first, I think it was the first show that I reformatted this channel with was Pam talking about, how she was doing the AI, and she gave it gave a real clear understanding of how she was developing herself into what she was prompting and how it was coming out, and I've got to see the development of it, and I'm
Yeah,
just
it takes a lot of
completely.
creativity and thought to create. So you're creating something, that music, which is art,
Assisted interpretation,
But I've
I
always
think
been a
we.
big fan of like electronic music and stuff. Like even from the 70s, they had like electronic music, space kind of music.
Yeah, yeah, Hawkwind.
Jean Michel Jarre. Do you know who that is?
No.
That's a very
Gary
famous, if
Newman.
you listen. No, I haven't heard of that.
Okay, and this person, the who you're talking about, is
Jean Michel Jarre is a French. I think his music was also in the Crockett's theme, the Miami Vice.
did
Kind of
he
like
do
synth.
a?
There's that Oxygen album. It came out in 1976 with the Penguins as a music video. I'm sure you've heard it. It's very famous. So
I'm wondering if he's the same guy that did the score for Mind Gamer. I'm gonna have to
could
check
be.
that connection out. I see. It seems that he had a connection along that way, and it was almost orchestrated uh, electronic music, but very impactful and almost had a little bit of just a touch of dubstep to the point where it was punchy, but not overwhelming.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I'll have to check into that. But I didn't know Maggot. I didn't know when they played with Hawkwind. Wow. Yeah, Pam's got the niche on the prompting to get a good sound out of the model she's working with. She's actually would be my go-to for if I decided to develop and proceed any further with growing this channel. But
that's what I was
like
gonna ask you about, Axis, is like I was thinking about YouTube, right? And discoverability. You know how Twitch has discoverability for live streamers? YouTube
yeah,
doesn't really have that. And so I've been looking at other platforms to like play on too because I paid for StreamYard for a month to mess around with, right? And so I'm like looking at streaming on Twitch and like maybe even X and like all kinds of stuff because I don't know if like if you're going to live stream if YouTube's like the best platform for that. I noticed like since I have a official artist channel that when I release music to my distributor, it goes to YouTube Music and my channel's been growing like outside of like the panelverse, just people that listen to music. But it seems like I don't know, once you get kind of connected to these panels when you try to like make new content, you get funneled into the same people over and over and over and it's only a small pool and I've noticed that a lot of the quote unquote truth community are really close-minded and it seems like a lot of them are believe a certain way religiously and they're very anti-technology to begin with.
Th-
Do you look
There,
at your analytics? Like, who is your audience?
Yeah. Most of my people are from I get a lot of people from overseas. Like and then a lot of people from Brazil.
Brazil. Interesting.
Yeah.
I, I don't subscribe to any of the religions or anything, but one thing that uh, is a problem is they don't grow. You know, I develop and I catch myself developing, and I'll ride that. I'll accept my bad. You know, I was caught in algorithm, and I'd become accustomed to it. And whenever I went to put in, you know, Rattblood Radio, it didn't pull up Rattblood. I had to spell it out. And then it didn't follow through with radio. And I was like, hold on. This some bitch has been popping up that ever since I started doing this. When it got the algorithm and me doing it. Not this time. I thought that's strange. But then I don't know if you heard, Pam, but I actually went out into to public life today, dressed, you know, did the goth thing from head to toe, observed, didn't take a phone with me, and just had an epiphany of how attached I had become to being, I guess, service, you know, nurses, in-home help, case management, all the toys I could want. And now they were taking my soul and my ability to think critically be through its, you know, the autocorrect and word select. And I was like, damn, they're coming at me every way possible. Paying bills in real life, paying bills in the metaverse, for the metaverse, internet, StreamYard, apps, you know. I was like, they squeeze in from both ends.
Yeah, it's death by subscription in this society. I don't even want to say how much I spend on tools and all that.
Right? And when I was out today, everything was impersonal. It was tap your card, you know, and that was it. No eye contact, no nothing. They're just like tap card. Okay, tap card. You're done. Here's your shit. You know.
Even if you go to a restaurant now, you just there's no menu, so you just scan the QR code, and then you just order from your phone, and then you even pay through your phone.
Oh hell.
So there's no server or anyone. They'll just, and then you get a number, and they'll bring the food to you, so you don't even have to talk to a server or anyone.
Well,
I went to a
I've been.
sushi place that served drinks with a robot, and the sushi came out on a conveyor belt.
Oh hell.
And everyone loves that place here.
Those have been around for a while. Those sushi conveyor
Yeah,
belts. So
yeah,
there's
it's
like
weird
plates.
to me.
Mhm.
I
But
don't
there
know,
wasn't a
Pam.
robot making your sushi, right?
I hope not. I hope not.
There's robots that make, or when I was in Oregon, Portland, coffee robots making lattes and all kinds of different, and they're actually pretty good because it does the measurements. It's pretty, than a human who's like sloppy and throws the ice everywhere. So so the robot makes it way better, in my opinion. That it's not normal, but they're normalizing all of this, right? So
Well, that's without a doubt. That is it, it's inevitable. I mean, it's not going to veer its course, and suddenly tomorrow we're not going to have it, and it's not going to be here, and it's not going to be effective in influencing. I think what I need to focus on is maybe letting people know that, you know, turn your spell check or your auto suggest off for a day and see how
like
you do.
discipline yourself from. I have to, like, I remind myself, like, not to be on the phone a lot. Just you have to wean yourself because it's definitely doing something to your brain.
Well, yeah, I was lost with the
Without it.
algorithm being
Mhm.
out. When I was out without my phone, I felt like the odd man out because I had no electronics on me. I had my wallet, my card, my personal protection, and I was dressed from head to toe like the spawn dark demon from hell that I am. And
Nobody even like stared at you. I mean, usually you
no,
probably get stares if you're dressed like
no,
that, right?
People are so
yeah,
self-absorbed. They're all in
Yeah.
their phones, and they don't care.
They don't care about what you look like, what you say, anything.
no, no,
And
nobody looked
they're so
for.
entitled too. They think they're right. They're just, so it's just so hard to even like communicate with them. So
There was no communication. That was it. I
just on their
mean,
phones, right? Yeah. Not even like a
yeah,
conversation
no,
like what we're having right now.
yeah. This was right here is more social action that I've had today than when I was out for 6 hours today amongst the world. Nobody spoke. Nobody said shit except tap the card, tap the card. Here's the price, receipt, tap the card. Even when they got in the car, kids were on the phone. My friend, she was drifting off about where her wallet might be,
Did you
but
guys eat together? Sometimes when you're eating food together, it brings people talking with each other. I feel
that was deadly silent. It
Oh
was,
no.
yeah, yeah. We ordered food for the kids, and me and her had ordered food, and there wasn't even eye contact. It was just like, wow, eat the food. So I don't know, man. I just seeing the side of technology today that really made me reflect on myself and made me reflect on the past. If I'm going to give myself over to the devil, I want it to be the devil that I can serve and one that serves me. And I can probably deal with a two-way street like that. But if I'm just being consumed and I'm in a box in situation, no, I got to get out of that. I can't do that. I got to have some substance somewhere. You know, at least Pam, shit, she can prompt and put her poems, her ideals, her structure, her concept, and she can pump it out on AI. and she can promote and develop it. I'm a hands-on artist, and it's the same with technology. I'm a hands-on person, but social media is a whole another engineering, and it's at its core that I noticed that. That's why I call it, I'm sure you heard it, Pam. The big four tech front guys, and just because you don't know all the people who are in the developing department, they're all fucking digital drug pushers.
Yeah.
And I got to see that real hard today. Digital drug pushers.
I think that's why we have to practice balance as much as I'm into the digital. I'm into the home life thing too. I've got 20 pounds of meat in my fridge. I've got a pressure can. And so I make sure to like do things that have nothing to do with technology in my phone. I don't even, when I go out, I don't even take the thing with me because I'm normally with someone because I don't drive. And so I interact with my phone a bit differently. I only here recently started using it more because I've been trying to learn the TikTok platform for my music. And so even with that, I won't, if I catch myself like scrolling or whatever, I put the thing down and like, nope, not doing that.
How many hits are you getting on TikTok?
Well, my account's only 4 days old and I'm getting anywhere between 50 and 200 and I'm just figuring out what I'm doing.
I
That's
heard it's
not bad.
easier in TikTok than YouTube to
It
get.
it is. Like when I
Mhm.
put something out, I get almost like 70, 80 views like almost instantly.
Mhm.
Yep.
And I think if you get a certain amount of subscribers and if you go live, you can get a lot of attention from different kinds of sources, than YouTube.
Yeah, I'm trying all the platforms. I'm like, there's so many out there,
There's
and
another
I
one on
know.
Substack. Have you heard of that?
Mhm.
Substack?
There's that one. And there's Rumble. There's X. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I know X, and I was doing research, and people were saying that for AI friendly stuff, that Twitch and X are good for that. But you have to pay the premium to stream on X, which I'm willing to do if it's worth it. And then Twitch, I'll have to look into that. I mean, I was looking into. I used to play video games, so I'd looked at Twitch before.
Twitch was a big video games thing. I think that's been there for a while, right?
Yeah. They've shifted. They have quite the music scene on Twitch too, so I'm gonna be checking them out for sure.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Well,
don't
thanks
think
for
YouTube is like the place. It's such a saturation of just, it's boring, YouTube. It's like watching mainstream TV now.
there was a relevancy to that I made today is this is almost the panel verse is almost like the the uh the last dying emotional pleas and cries of people that are about to be totally consumed, isolated, and segregated by technology. And I was like, man, is this not almost a profound thing? All these arguments, all this emotion, all this amped up interaction, a nonsensical bullshit. And it after being out in public today, I'm like, it all went to YouTube. you know, and once that's gone, there was no, there was just nothing out there. There was no. Usually, somebody fucking weirdo or somebody's having a bad day, shoot you a dirty look. You know, somebody may hold the door open for you. Just fucking empty. So maybe we're hearing the final pleas of the duressed, emotionally duressed here on YouTube before it just completely dissipates. And only those that have serious fundamentals are going to be able to handle the isolation and are going to be able to handle being alone and understanding that their interaction is probably not with a real person. I don't know if you caught it or not. I dropped a link, Pam. Truth Stream Media. They released for 21 senators spoke the exact same words, and I thought, okay, maybe she synchronized them. So I checked the peak meters. The peak meters were different, so they were distinctive voices. But the intervals, the silent intervals between phrases were dead on to the millisecond. And that was me going out and finding these clips and pulling them in to test them out against each other. That's why I was asking Peace Robot, how you explain that? That ain't no fucking coincidence. 21 senators taking the exact same moment of pause as 20 other people for the exact same length to the millisecond.
What about how none of them clapped for that kid that got his dream come true? And they all just kind of sit on their hands. You talk about like can't even be happy for like a cancer survivor.
Right.
Like where's people's humanity? It's like it's been
No
stripped from
empathy.
them, and for what
Empathy is
reason?
gone away.
Well, that's what I was afraid of, Pam. I'm afraid that I'm going to be in a position where I work with it. I'm good at it. I'm good with computers. I enjoy it. It's what I do. And then it became my social life. Then I started seeing that it was becoming me, with the autocorrect thing, with being out in public, and nobody even looked at me sideways. They were all, the kids were on their phones, It was just in a world full of fuck. Is anybody living anymore? Are you fuckers alive? Really? Somebody cough, sneeze, fart, shit, do something. Nothing. And I thought, man, am I becoming that? Is that what I'm turning into? So reliant on the convenience of algorithms and autocorrect and word suggest.
Chat GPT doing all the work for you.
Well, even that is an interesting aspect, because you can train a voice model to the parameters that they'll allow it to go. And it seems to be more developed than a lot of people that I deal with. And more, damn near more diversified by far than these loopers who for 2 years have been doing the exact same, trying to be relevant when, all right, we heard it 2 years ago when you first said it. Let's move on. Let's figure out what the new disease is, because it's infecting all of us. And I don't think I like who I think is behind the wheel of this. And it's not the faces. Those people are just put out there so we can point a finger at somebody. Trump, Elon, Zuckerberg, Gates. No, there's something behind it. There's an undertow. And its agenda, man, dehumanizing, unsocial, unempathetic, self-consumed, self-absorbed. self-identifying as the soul being, that was all put in place because all they've had to do for the past two administrations up to this one is play puppet. You know, it's a circus. It's just you can't take those kind of politics serious. You know, and if you do, then you're buying into some serious clownhood there. You might as well go to a circus. So I just I beg to challenge people to turn your autocorrect off or to turn your word suggest off or just leave your phone behind and observe people out in public because they're not paying a bit of fucking attention to you.
I noticed that too when I was traveling. We were in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and I noticed that like people were really checked out, and it was interesting. We visited a Amish town and hit all the shops, and even though they're not into technology, they don't take kindly, I guess, to people who are because they were very standoffish when talking to common people. It was interesting to see how different people react.
Yeah, I expected there to be some, you know, at least some responsiveness in some way. And then, but I couldn't, when I got back and I realized, you know, I was suffering from the same disease. I've got to make a point to, you know, just at least put the challenge out there. You know, if you can't set it down, you can't walk away from it, and it owns you. And I guess I was testing that today by leaving everything behind and just going without any type of digital assistance. I don't think there's. I think some people would absolutely not. They would just completely not know how to function.
Imagine the mental health, like if you're just doom scrolling for like decades. So if a kid
Ah,
at age 4 and then by the time they end up being 30 or 40, I just don't even know what kind of mental state they'll be. They will have no social skills,
and
like
they're
real life social skills.
well,
And
they'll have a new form of understanding of like AI art. I put the link to oh, fish tank, Erie Fish Tank, so that people can see how AI interprets or the model AI interprets the human form, and that is crazy. I think I turned you on to a video from them once, Pam, and it was kind of startling.
It
Speaking,
was. I have that video you posted in the chat too to open up later after this stream's over to check out. It's crazy to me to see how it's like AI is like uh, developing. I can't talk. I need some caffeine. I just woke up.
oh man,
you
I'm
wake
sorry.
up right now?
Yeah, I'm on a weird sleep schedule. I kind of just work on stuff and go to bed when my body gets tired. My partner works like overnights, and so ever since he started working nights, I tried to adjust to his schedule, but the house runs a lot better when I'm up for packages and the business and all of that. And so we're like on two different schedules, and so I've just been going to bed when I'm tired. So no one ever knows when I'm up or asleep. I've kind of broken myself from the schedule that everyone's on. Oh, you got to have breakfast at this time and do this
Mm-hmm.
at this time, and I'm on my own time now.
Which you can get a lot of work done at nighttime, I think, with the peace
Oh
and quiet,
yeah.
right? Your
Yeah.
concentration is even better.
Yeah, for sure.
What does Sniper say? Eating at a table with other people releases a
A
bonding
bonding
chemical.
chemical. I think he's talking about oxytocin. You get that from like communicating with people, hugging.
I mean,
It's like the love
humans, we're
hormone.
social creatures, and we have to be, even though we hate people, we do also want to be with people. Isn't that crazy? We yearn that love, friendship from another human being, right? Affection.
Yeah,
Just even somebody
absolutely.
like touching you, just having that hug, like a real hug, you know?
Yeah, it's one that
A lot of people won't even
um
hug. Even if I ask for a hug, some people just reject it. It's weird. People are weird. Yeah. They get
I
weirded out by human touch, even, you know?
I know the value of that now. I didn't get to hug my son before he was sent off to prison. As a matter of fact, I didn't see my son. We were estranged from each other for about 6 months. And I never got to hug him. Couldn't speak to him in the courtroom. Didn't get to tell him I loved him.
Yeah, it's very comforting, like a dad hugging his son, making him feel like, hey, you know, like you're there by his side. It just that gesture, being there, just that hug, and he'll just always remember that, right?
I know I will because I'll be dead. My son got 66 years, and
Hmm.
I'll be dead.
Can you visit him in jail though, like in prison?
I don't know if they're going to let me. They do a review. They make a determination, and then they can, if they don't like you or you screw up, they can yank it, and you don't ever get to see your inmate, whoever that may be, ever again. They can do it with letters, phone calls, and visitations.
They make it so
So,
hard to
yeah, and
connect with your loved ones.
I just that was a hell of a lesson to learn. And then to see the just the disconnect that people have with each other out in the world, and the exaggerated sense of self that can be projected through platforms like YouTube or TikTok, you know, um, X. It's an over amplification. So I wonder if some people aren't maybe even trying to overcompensate for that lack of what'd you call that, Pam? That chemical,
Oxytocin?
oxytocin.
Well, we're being bombarded by dopamine. Maybe that's hijacking like our receptors for oxytocin.
It's yeah, yeah. That could. There's got to be a variable in there somewhere.
Because when we pick up our phone to scroll, we're searching for something. Like when I pick up the rare times I do pick up my phone, and admittedly, since I've been trying to put stuff on TikTok, you have to use your phone, and that's the only reason I'm using my phone. My usage was 1% before that for a week. You know, like for timers and like doing stuff around the house because I don't like interacting on the phone to begin with. I'm a computer person. And so I barely even use my phone before that. So they definitely know what they're doing with that, with the scrolling. I know it's not good for you, but when you pick up like when I picked up my phone, I was like, what am I reaching for? What am I looking for? Like, I'm aware, and so I
And it's
ask
not like a
myself that.
big urgency to even like look, but the way you're looking for it, it seems like an urgency, and it kind of like exhausts you.
Yeah.
That may have given me an avenue to run down and check and see what I can derive from that. Whatever it is, I know it was by design. This wasn't a happenstance. There took some serious thought and development for it to have this kind of effect.
It brings a lot of negative energy. I mean, think about all these people in the panelverse who are live streaming for hours and hours every single day. They're just live streaming, and what it's doing to their brain, and they're just negative, dark, you know. So because they're doing it every single day.
I had so many nurses that come through here that their first priority wasn't me, it was their phone. And I've had to dismiss a lot of nurses because of that. You know,
They
they
shouldn't be
would leave.
allowed to have their phones with them, or is it because of work? Like what are they checking on their phones?
Well, one in the medical industry is they're all GPS to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be, which is being with the client. And
So
then
it's
they
like
have
a
to
work
be
phone.
right, but they have internet on it, and they text, and they chat, and then they get private calls, and they want to go outside or in the other room, and then hell,
So
45
it's
minutes goes
distracting, and
by.
you're the patient, is you're right there in front of them where they're supposed to
Right?
be attending you, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, the fuck good is this? And then when I had the nurses in, the nurses were much more professional. But they had a certification under them. They were much more professional. But there's a whole line of healthcare that all they do is come in, and as long as you ain't dying, they on the phone.
Because nursing is supposed to be caring, nurturing, you know. They're supposed to make you feel better, like just talk to you, you know. To me, that's a nurse's job, you know.
I got in trouble. I got in trouble with one nurse because she was trying to make me feel better.
Better like how? What do you mean?
I don't know if you remember it, Pam, but Kelly, I got in a relationship with
Oh yeah,
one of
I remember you talking about her. I remember Kelly
my.
Axis. I remember.
Yeah, she tried to make me feel better, and we got in trouble.
She went over her nursing duties, huh?
Over, yeah,
She went
yeah,
Above
over,
and
under,
beyond.
around.
beyond.
Yeah, yeah. One of my
So there are good nurses out there, then. Good caring nurses out there.
Maybe that's the kind of
I'm
care
wrong.
you needed.
it was.
She healed you, right?
Oh hell yeah! Oh shit! She
That
broke my heart.
sexual healing song comes to mind. Oh fuck! Yeah, that was an adventure. You know, I still keep her text, and I keep all her little trinkets that she left here, and all the memorabilia, because I figured that's going to be the last, relationship I'll ever have in my life.
Your last love story.
Yeah, and it was amazing. It was.
Don't write the ending in your book that quickly. You don't know.
Well, Pam, I'm going to agree with you because you knew as well as I did whenever I was flirting with death to reach higher states of consciousness. When I was with Dom, and I was that last time I went to the hospital because I'd pushed myself too far, and I was like, that's cool. I don't mind it because I don't really have shit to deal with or have to contend with. And then a friend of mine, actually he's more than a friend, he called and said, he said, your son reached out to me, and if ever you needed to be there for your boy, it's now. Get out of the fucking bed, get on your feet, take care of your business. And that's what I've been doing ever since, trying to get my shit back together. But to what means I'm going to be able to assist him, I don't know. But it did bring a lot of things to light. My addiction to dopamine hits and opioids and benzos and nurses and computers. Jesus Christ, man.
It feels like it speeds up time even when you're spending a lot of time doing that, don't you think?
Yeah, because today, when I was out, 6 hours went by like it was an hour. But I was observing everything, watching it all, just trying to figure out what the fuck. Because I know what people are like online. I've been on here long enough that this is if I'm going to judge, or not really judge, but take measure of a person, I do it from here. But out there now, fuck, there's really no indicators. People are just zombified.
It's really disturbing. Huh?
Well, yeah, it disturbed me because I had to check myself to see if that's what I was becoming. Was I so despondent that it took someone from in my history to call me and tell me I needed to stay alive for my son? Had I become so content and jaded with overexposure to hedonism that I was cool with just going the fuck on? And the final frontier was the mind. And I was going to push that to the absolute breaking point. And now everything seems different. Everything changed. Everything took a completely. And then I kind of look at what Pam said, that when the administration changed, her algorithm changed. And I noticed the algorithm on my phone had changed, which means that the connection that we're used to having with our devices is going to make us change.
Yeah, ChatGPT leans right now. I never would have thought that would have happened.
It's got to have some, impact on the way you prompt and then what you're getting back now. I would
Well, it
think.
was funny. I was communicating with ChatGPT, and I said, explain to me why the sudden shift right, and and I was communicating with it, and I said, don't you think this has the power to influence people politically, if not given both sides? And so even though I don't lean left, I was like, shouldn't you provide a left perspective too? Like if you're going to cover something, I was all over like talking about, like I said, there's some ethical issues here that need to be fixed because people don't realize how subtle it is. And like someone like me who pays attention to both sides, right and left, to get the complete picture, like I see these things. And when I say it changed hardcore, I mean it changed hardcore. You can ask it about all kinds of issues, and you can tell that whoever programmed it, like the data set that it pulls from somehow is changed.
You
See,
think
that's
before the answer, I felt like I noticed would be like a neutral answer.
No, I've noticed it's not very neutral. Before, I thought it was kind of left, like you would ask it about COVID and stuff, and it would parrot the mainstream narratives. And now it's more honest.
that's just I, I don't know, Pam. I think that subtly they're they're conditioning us subtly over the course of time, and it's hard to stay cognizant of that. Well, at least for me, it is. I don't know. Maybe everybody else is miles ahead of me on it, but kind of a wake up call to 1984 and realizing you're working for the complex, but you don't realize it. And the complex actually owns your mind, and you think you're free. But the minute they change the algorithm, you realize who is actually driving the boat. They let the prisoners in prison now have tablets, and they're allowed to make phone calls from the tablets. They're allowed to send text from the tablets. They can rent movies. They can order books and do ebooks on these tablets. And even the imprisoned are kind of dually imprisoned, you know?
Interesting. I didn't realize they were like a lot of that was moving so it's to a technology type of situation. I didn't know they could rent like books and have tablets and
Yes.
stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're issued a tablet now. He's had a
Wow.
tablet ever since he was in county jail. And then as soon as he got to prison, he was issued another tablet.
Do they have
So,
access to go to internet? Like they're not probably allowed to go to like YouTube or like social
they're
media.
not social media, but they can text um, to outside influences, and they can go
Yeah, if
to
their
any.
family member sends, it's a whole business, the whole prison. I mean, just to send like texts and stuff, it costs so much money.
Yeah, yeah. It's 35 cents a text for my son, and
Dang.
It's a lot of money, yeah, that they take.
and man, it, but he can do all the research he wants. He's allowed that, but they've got restraints on allowing them to get into social media or porn sites or shit like that. But they can research subjects on their tablet. Movies, though, everything but rated X, they're allowed to pay for and get, and it's just a prison inside a prison.
Do you think they do that to pacify them?
I think that if I looked at the statistics, which I probably will, that the violence and the level of disruption in the prison system and the county lockups has probably went down. People aren't interacting with each other in there. They're more interested in waiting for that next text to come through, or get in commissary so they can watch that movie or make that phone call. They're not concerned about what the next motherfucker is doing unless they truly violate them. One that really got me, my son, since he's been to prison, has called my mom almost every day since he was able to call. And he's kept in contact with another family associate. And he's never made that first text or call to me. I'm still confused about that. I don't
So
think it's by
you
his
don't talk to your
choice.
son on
I
the
haven't
phone?
talked. No, I
He
haven't
doesn't
talked to
want
him.
to talk to you?
Well, you know, the family, the associates, he's actually my surrogate dad, and he's talked to my son. He said my son wanted to talk to me. He showed me the text where my son had texted him and said, I want you to get a hold of dad and let dad know I want to hear from him. And then, you know, I called my mother against my better judgment, and she was like, well, I'm sure when he's ready, he'll call you. Really? Interesting. So I wrote him, after he sent me a letter, I wrote him a letter, and I'm still waiting for a response. I don't, you know, I'm lost. I have no fucking clue. But apparently, he who contributes the dollar gets the attention.
These family members are not like gaslighting him and stuff, are they?
My mother spent $110,000 on his defense, and she's probably spent about $7,000 on his commissary since he's been in county lockup. So I could understand, and I completely get why he would be subservient to her, because basically she's his livelihood, and that's cool. I understand that, you know. But damn, you know, at least
You're
give
the
me a
dad.
phone.
I mean, I just don't understand why he doesn't want to talk to you. His dad, you know, in prison. He's in prison for he's going to be such a long time, you know.
I don't know. That's why, you know, I'm not sure. You know, he uses the tablet to text, you know, my surrogate dad. He texts my mom. He calls her every day from the prison.
He has a lot of time to think in prison, you think, right?
Right? You know, I've gotten one letter from him, and you know, it's just blasé. You know,
I would
there were
just
a
keep
few.
writing letters to him. I would just keep writing, like how much you
Oh, I'm
miss
not
him.
going to give up. Yeah. Oh, hell no. No, not at all. You know, and sometimes I get frustrated at, you know, the whole system and the way it's designed, but nothing I can do about it except
He's not any kind of like medication, right?
lithium. He's on lithium at the moment. So, and he's got an appeals that we're working on, and I can't do shit for him if I can't get the communication. He gave power of attorney over to my mother. I was like, are you kidding me?
And how old is your mother? She must be old, right? In her
Uh,
80s?
no, 70s.
Okay.
Yeah. You add 13, it'd be 13 years to 54, and that's where she is. So she'd be about 60, 66, 67 years old, pushing 70. So I just found out that my mom had, that he had signed over a power of attorney to her. Man. See, I think if he didn't have that tablet, though I'm glad he does, and I'm glad that him and my mom stay in touch, I think it may be that tablet interaction takes priority over him writing or trying to maybe reach out. I don't know, you know. Maybe that tablet has more personal meaning to him because it's instantaneous contact.
And he is younger. I mean, how old is he? He's like
30.
30, yeah. So that he's not used to like writing letters and, communicating that way.
Yeah, it's just still coming to terms with it, you know. Still trying to adjust, and it's just
He-
like I said, it's only been a couple months that I decided that I'm just going to go ahead and heal myself up and keep moving forward. I've done made my peace, my disassociations, reconciled my shortcomings, uh, accepted my mistakes, endeavored my um, indulgences, and forgave myself for a lot of things, and asked forgiveness for a lot of things, and just was ready to move on. I figured my work was done, but no, not yet.
You're not done yet.
Yeah,
You got this music thing you're all excited about. You got music to make.
yeah, I did. I hit that song up yesterday and was working on it. I let I let that friend of mine. He got to hear it, and I go let my case manager hear it. I had traffic in and out of here quite a bit. And I was letting everybody listen. Yeah, I guess apparently it's either they all lied to me for the benefit of saving my feelings, or it's actually relatable,
The one
entertaining.
you were playing's really good. The one you released or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff.
Do you release it on this channel? I don't know if I've even listened to your music. So,
Well, I have a lot of it up. I was a hired gun, um, as a musician, and I got to tour with a lot of people, got to play with a lot of bands, and that I don't own any of that music. I can't. It's not mine. I don't have the rights to it. But my music, I do, and then the solo release that I done, I have the rights to that. But I took all that music down and buried it and just left the peaceful, dreamy stuff up. But on my show, when I'm doing live streams like this, I'll play music every once in a while to kind of emphasize a subject matter, or if that song is relevant to it. But that's just been recent rediscovery that I even had the will to do that, because hey, right here, you know.
I think that
That's,
desire was in you all the time, all along, and I just happened to like spark it.
yeah, you rekindled the interest in the ideal of creating music and a new aspect and a new take on it and a fresh new breath. Something that I'd wore it out. You know, and it was just a new light shed, and I'm still reacting on it, but like I said, I'm just stuck in that. Today was a really, really reflective day. And it was kind of synchronized with going on to Jeff's panel, and they're talking about all this nostalgic interaction and how people were when they were growing up on the playgrounds with their friends before technology, light bright, and you know, all the cartoons and the things from the 70s and the 80s, and it kind of hit me, took me completely for a mental trip, and I just became real reflective today. Thought I would share. Maybe somebody is overly consumed or doesn't quite understand how they're being affected by the digital drug.
It affects all of us whether we want it to or not. I know for me, even though I try to ground myself in a lot of other stuff that's not technology, when the internet goes out, I feel a little antsy.
Uh-huh. Oh, hell, if my internet went out, I mean, shit.
Even if it goes out for like 5 minutes, you start freaking out, right?
Well, yeah, because normally I'm trying to upload something, and for some reason, even though it's not important, it's the most important thing at that time.
Kind of gives you a little anxiety attack or something.
Yeah.
I would have no social life. I mean, shit.
I know I don't drive, and so it's easy to get on a panel, or it's easy to,
Me
I've
too. I
never been
don't
able
drive. Yeah.
to. Yeah, so it's
Mhm.
easy to, just get on here and talk to somebody and hang
Yeah.
out and stuff.
Yeah.
But even driving
I
is kind of like, I think it's like a nightmare. Everyone's angry at each other. They're trying to speed. Just it's like a mess just being out there too.
That's another thing. There wasn't any courtesy on
Like
the
I
road
hate being.
today.
Oh, was there no traffic in the road?
No courtesy.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. There's no road courtesy anymore. It's just like
Yeah,
a lot of
I
aggressive
watched.
drivers out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Usually when you put your
And
turning
in a
signal
hurry,
on,
like why are you in such a hurry to where are you going that you need to go that fast? Like I don't know. Sometimes it's just mind-boggling. I'm just scared to drive. I get anxiety, just
well, she would turn her turning signal to change lanes, and nobody would slow down. They just kept
mm-hmm.
zooming, and nobody, or they would ride midway to the car. So it's like, really, is this a game
Mm-hmm.
or what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
You know, are you that oblivious to a turning signal?
Mm-hmm.
So
And it's worse if you go in like a crowded area, if you're standing in a line or like just how people are behaving, or a concert or something. It's not fun.
oh hell, I don't, I don't, I don't even think I could relate to doing a concert these days. You know, we could still flick our bics and say obscure things from the stage and not be canceled, or it was shock, or it made publicity, or the crowd was into it, and you didn't have to worry about the interaction. Nowadays, I can imagine the insurance is off the hook. A&R is telling you if you say this, 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 or this, well, say goodbye to your money and your contract. And I can imagine the stipulations for being in public eye in a venue are just maddening now. And how do you relate to these new generation that would go there? Are they even responsive that way? We had Joan Jett just come by here, and she was at the Fullinger, and it wasn't even 1/3 of the seats taken.
I bet that was a good
And
concert.
oh, it was fucking great, man.
Now that I'd go
Okay.
see. Some of this new stuff, not so much.
Well, see, Joan Jett and Billy Idol are touring right now. They're touring together, and both of them still give a hell of a show. Not as Joan is definitely not as attractive as she was, but she's just as talented and still has that flame. And same with Billy
Does she
Idol.
still have the same voice?
Oh my God, yes. Yeah,
That makes a
unmistakably.
difference. Listening live to,
Yeah, you can probably get the full performance here in Fort Wayne off of YouTube. It was awesome performance, but there was only like 1/3 of the seats taken. And I
and
remember
everybody
when,
was probably old, like Generation X, probably. People
yeah,
born in the 70s.
yeah, exactly. And the younger crowd that was there, I, they were roaming around, occupying themselves with those. I guess they were bored. I don't know.
Not paying
You know,
attention, just not, yeah.
she had a real nice meet and greet, and she hung out with some of us old hippie fuckers and some '80s metalheads, and she was real personable and pleasant, and just you could just I couldn't believe the lack of attendance. Just I figured the place would have been at least, if not half, more than half sold out. That's why I think I'd like to see the Billy Idol performance that's going on with her right now. I got to see him after he had his motorcycle wreck.
I was just listening to White Wedding earlier today.
Oh yeah, good music.
Billy Idol, is he British?
Yeah, he was with Generation X, Gen X. And then he come from Gen X, and he wound up becoming a solo artist. Billy Idol signed under American label, and he was one of the first video entrepreneurs of MTV. White Wedding, Dancing with Myself, Eyes Without a Face, all those were on constant rotation when MTV
Rebel
first
Yell.
came out. Rebel Yell, yeah. Yep, constant rotation. And that's where he got his hell of a good foothold into American culture, American fan base, and now he lives in California, and he still sounds like Billy Idol, man. He's still got, and he's kind of creeps around on the stage from the last performances I saw, which were just YouTube performances, but he still sounded good. And Joan, she still sounded good. And I'm not saying she wasn't attractive. She just, she'd been in the industry since she was, what, 15 years old with the Runaways? So, but for holding up that long, man, she did good. But I couldn't, I don't know. I don't know what the crowd wants these days. I'm not a rap artist. And, industrial is kind of a niche. You're not going to fill a venue with industrial music. So I don't know. I think Pam's got the right idea. Just get a good online distributor, create your shit, and cross your fingers and hope for the best.
You don't need a record label or anything like that anymore. All the artists that I listen to are independent artists or whatever. They don't even have labels. And if you know how to market yourself on social media, all these entertainment industry, like they take advantage of the artist. And then I don't know, like I'm disgusted with the entertainment industry because all the people I like keep on getting in trouble. I'm like, man, this ain't good. Because I like for example, like I listen to all kinds of music, and I was like in the 90s and 2000s, I listened to a lot of Diddy, right? And like, look where
Yeah.
we are with that now. Right.
Well, I did, I had a good time with my time in the industry, but I will say that when I left with a guitar and a drug habit, and that's it. It was a part of my retirement, but at that point in time, all I had was my guitar and a serious drug habit. And couldn't book a show to save my fucking life. They were going bankrupt. They were bankrupting us, and it was all just a miserable fucking mess.
Yeah, you
And
basically get
then,
managed and controlled by them. They'll give you pills or do whatever to kind of control you.
yeah, but we didn't see it as control. We took medication to make sure we made it to venues, rehearsal, um, signings, meet and greets, executive parties, and then they gave us medication to make sure we went down when we needed to, and then everything else is just recreational. A lot of it come from the fans that would come to the show, man. They were always ready to hook you up, always
And then
slipping
who
you
manages
something.
your money? It's not you, right? It's them.
You get a per diem when you're out touring. You can get a small front on your per diem if you run out of it and you absolutely need something, but they'll take it out of
So
the
basically, it's
bottom
like an
line.
allowance.
Yeah, that's what you get. And then you got your insurance costs, your management costs, your tour bus costs. You got to pay the road crew. It's just if you don't own the tour bus, you got to rent the tour bus, and then you always got some law enforcement, whether it's the fire marshal or the Christian council with the badge, monitoring the dissidents at your shows. But that's just looking at the bad side of it. That's there's a wonderful side to it. So also, that's what I remember is the excess and the freedom of just hog wild indulgence, overindulgence. So, but once rap became the industry standard, you You couldn't even find. You really couldn't even get on the county fair network. I mean, you might get booked at a techno bar or a thunder club, or your music was relevant at one time, but that would be like Ministry doing the county fair shows across the United States. It's just, I don't think it worked real well. We're talking about, even through Phil Cole, it was all about Satanism, sex, murder, anti-Christian, drugs, uh, everything debaucherous. I don't think that would go over in a county fair environment either. So maybe maybe following Pam's advice is probably my best option.
You can
No,
do
said he
online
had.
concerts these days, Access. You don't need anybody.
Well, I tell you what, there's a management spot open. You're hired. You are
I'm just
hired.
saying,
How much
I'm
cut did
just
she
saying
get?
you,
How much percentage is she gonna get from?
Well, sorry. Oh, she'll get standard management fees, however much she can swindle out of the band without them noticing.
yeah, no, I'm good on that. I don't want dirty money. I don't want dirty money.
No, I wouldn't do that to you, Sam. I would
I don't
actually.
want to swindle anyone out of anything. I want everyone to become successful on their own rights. Like, screw depending on a label or someone telling you you're good enough or you have to jump through some goddamn hoops. Just make your content and you'll find the right people.
As
They,
you go, right? You find
yeah,
the right
that's
people
what
as
I.
you go, and your creativity will. You might even just do it on your own. I mean, it's easy to do it, like what Pam is saying, on just without all the managers and everyone control. You can control everything on your own.
Those things are meant for people that's meant for people that need to be governed. You don't need that access. We're supposed to be ungovernable. And you can't do that if you're depending on an authority.
Right? I can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that. Not at all. And I'm not compliant. I know that.
Because I don't think you can even make good music when you have all that authority behind it all, right? So.
Well, you only get a percentage of creative rights if you're lucky. If the label don't think it'll sell, they're not going to invest in it. Then they're not going to pay for studio time. They're not going to pay for production. They're not going to pay for promotion. They're not going to pay for shit because they'll be like, nope, we're not interested in backing and selling this. So off with you. Do it right. We're going to assign you a producer, and he's going to tell you exactly how you should sound. Unless you have, like Bjork, she went in and somehow she's got full creative control, and she's signed to a major label, always has been since she left the Sugar Cube. And how she did it, I'll never know. She wound up having full artistic control.
It just seems like if a producer's telling you how to sound, that already strips you of your inherent creativity right there by having to conform to society standards, and then your stuff sounds like everyone else. No, thank you.
Well, that's once they got that formula, they try to duplicate it every time. You know, even Pink Floyd, one of it's in the Guinness Book of World Records now. Dark Side of the Moon. That was produced by Alan Parsons. So the words and the movements were, definitely Gilmore, Wright, Waters, um, but Alan Parsons was in the final production mode of Dark Side of the Moon to give it that.
Interesting. I saw the concert for that.
Yeah, that's right. You told me that.
That was my first concert, and that was before I smoked weed.
Right, Texas, right?
Yeah, the Dallas Amphitheater.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yes, absolutely. No, that's one of my most favorite albums of all time, and it's timeless. But in the final production of that, it was Alan Parsons who put that together and engineered the way that it is.
Dang.
And yeah, they had more control whenever they were doing like Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Amagama, uh, and Metal. They had more creative rights. But whenever they did Dark Side of the Moon, they changed everything over after Sid left. When Sid went all crazy and Gilmore came in, I think the band became more structured and psychedelic. And eventually they had to recover from that psychedelic crowd who now has to look at them as a potential successful band. And that's where Alan Parsons came in. And he did a wonder. This is another anniversary, and they hit the Guinness Book of World Records with Dark Side of the Moon. Jesus, man, you got me thinking about production of it.
Well, you
AI
better get to
production.
producing.
Right. I'm getting the music, but I don't. Oh man, it'll come together. I'll get past this. This is just one of those. What do they call it? A writer's block or artistic block or just a life in general. Reconditioning of one's perspective and a moment of clarity into the reality of what the future foundation of my evolution is going to be now. Because I can't just lay here and ope myself out until I overdose and die or whatever. So it's kind of like baby steps back into the groove of things. Maybe I'll open up another club. Get a couple friends. I got one good friend. He owns a fly fishing. He does professional fly fishing poles and bait, and he owns a company. He's a musician friend of mine from back in the day. Maybe I get with him, open some little thunder club up somewhere.
I think the best creativity is when you're at your lowest. It comes out of nowhere, and that's how art form, music, writing. Because the best art and music is when you're connecting with people, can relate, in a personal level, right? Like even music, they can enjoy, feel it in their emotions, their spirit,
I'd have to agree with that. Yeah, it's whenever you're comfortable, that's when you stop really becoming viable at all for any type of artistic creation. More or less for indulgences in life. I mean, when you're jaded to that point, it's like nothing satisfies.
It's an expression of what you're going through, and and expressing it in that art form.
Yeah, I had no feeling. I was numb, other than internal, internal introspective look at myself, the limits that I could push, the barriers I could break down. It was no longer a physical struggle for endurance to continue having fun and being a hedonistic monster. Now was kind of the final frontier of let's see how far we can push the mind. Let's push all these safety protocols out of the way and start chewing on dead mice and start having demon summoning electors and summoning demons and esoterics and technology walking hand in hand, sorcery and science and how that applies to the self and the construct and the constant, the persistent and the quantum state. And that's where I got lost, I guess. It was like, okay, now I've taken on a whole new role. Lazy drug addict with mental uh, aspirations for expansion. Fucking what? Another Timothy Leary? Another Jim Morrison? Another took it too far? Did too much? Now got to reinvent and do it all over again? And then especially after as much introspection as I'd done, removing safety protocols, I'll tell you, Pam, what I got. I lost my doctor because he said it was bad behavior. You ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Bad behavior. I've been with them for 20 years and got dismissed for bad behavior. I never heard of such a thing.
I didn't know doctors dismissed patients. I always thought it was the other way around.
Oh, no. Apparently, if you're, I guess, ambitious enough with your character, they'll dismiss you.
They treat you like a child, like like they're done with you.
Yeah, that's
You're
what
like a
exactly
lost
what they.
piece or something. Like that's crazy.
Yeah,
And a doctor for that long, like were they signs? Like how did they just? I don't know. Through the years, did you guys have a good communication with each other?
yep,
So out of nowhere, he just dismissed you.
yep. But the interesting thing about it is Trump, when he took office, he started changing some policies around, and now instead of treating people with chronic pain or disabilities with opioids, they just released a drug on the market that will defeat the withdrawal symptoms of coming off of opioids, powerful opioids, and to get you clean again. And apparently I'm not the only one who got dismissed. There was like a big giant purge that took place. And I figured these were all probably potentially high risk patients and I would fall in that line just because of the way I look and speak, because of the new federal regulations on that they're going to be implying on medicine. Pharmacies are taking, or not pharmacies, the pharmacy companies are working with new developmental medicines that were brought to light through AI, computer technology, developing new synthetic drugs that are supposed to be better for your health, get you off shit. They even have dermal drugs where you can put a patch on, like the old lidocaine, or the actual fentanyl patch. Now they have that shit in dermals, or whatever you need to get off of, or whatever you need administered. Slap that patch on it. So I don't know. I think he's going to reform the whole pain management, psychological, benzo, fentanyl, heroin. I think he's going to just go through and just.
Something needs to happen. I lost my mom to all of that, and like all the countless doctors, the doctor shopping, the waiting for the phone call of what combination's going to finally, do it, do her in and all that kind of stuff. And it was insane. So I'm glad something's happening, because where I come from in Oklahoma back in the day, that stuff was just too easy to access.
Yeah, I'd never dreamed that I would be off of it. I figured I'd die on it. That was cool. I didn't mind that. And but then getting over the withdrawals and trying to re-regulate my sleep, trying to get a routine, getting this place back into order, hooking all the electronics back up properly. I've been consuming large amounts of liquid sleep medicine, benzos, and lots of booze. Lots and lots of booze. Just to put myself down and get some sleep. When you're coming off of, I guess, opioids for that long, you have your body reacts really fucked up, and it just won't regulate itself. So I don't know how long it's going to be, but hopefully I don't turn into a damn drunk before I get completely off this trip. The cravings, that's probably the worst part of it, is the craving without fulfillment, and knowing that you're not going to bend to doing it again, and it's over. That's that's the one I fight with, and I reach almost a state of panic with it, trying to deal with not having it after 20 years. And that was 20 years of legal use. I had several years prior to that using morphine and heroin. So for a long time to be on the poppy. But it's at least it's productive. That's the only thing I can see positive out of it, is I am restructuring slowly. Sometimes I'm backslide like today and regress and start nostalgia and start drinking, trying to kill the pain and the withdrawals, craving, the anxiety. Try and keep that hid, Pam. And I don't let that out much.
Yeah, but you got to let it out occasionally, or it's going to consume you.
Yeah, I just anymore. I don't like feeding the fire, but no matter what I say, they're going to call me demon. They're going to troll. They're going to be who they are, and they're going to be obnoxious, loudmouth little shit. And I figure, fuck them, let them. So that's just the reality of it, man. I try and stay real. I thought I would have a support uh, that I don't have in real life. Whenever I even brought up my son, you know, and it turned out to be the complete opposite, and the
Yeah,
other
anything you share
side.
vulnerable about yourself or anything, it just goes against you. It's like high school, the bullies
Yeah,
and
yeah. I mean, if they really knew the extent of my freakdom, and whenever I got both freak flags out, and I'm parading around the universe with my idealism, I don't think I'd have a safe place on the fucking internet. I stay as excessive as I come across. I still stay reserved because I've seen what they've done with information already. And I thought, man, no dignity, none.
even if it's something like your age or something, they will attack you for something small like that. It's like little things like that, they'll pick on you.
Well, and that's why I was wondering: is it that they've lost the ability to socialize, and because of the anonymity, or and anonymous, being able to be anonymous online, they can personify and over
Hmm.
amplify what me and Pam was talking about with the chemical. And I think there's a group of people who just, that's solely what they're here for, is they're
Hmm.
looking for a vulnerability to compensate.
But these are the
Well,
people who don't show their faces. You have not heard their voices. From my experience, a lot of people on the chat are like the worst bullies than even like the host of the channel, who might be a big bully, but it's the ones are probably on the chat, I think, are the worst ones from my experience. The ones I've never seen their faces, haven't heard their voices, don't know anything about them. Not one personal thing, but they know these things about you, and then they come attacking you. And then they go on these channels talking about you like they know you.
Yeah, I like Pam's take on it. She's got the best.
She stays
Uh,
neutral because she's been on these panels, and
yeah,
she's been attacked too, right?
oh, I've been
Personally.
attacked plenty.
Mhm. For your looks, everything, age,
I get
your
attacked for things
relationship.
that, like, in real life is celebrated. Like, it's crazy to me.
And usually
I
it's
just
like men also talking like this. Like, I just don't understand
Yeah.
men talking to women on the internet like this.
Yeah, but
well, they're
those are the
not
type of men that
men.
don't have a chance with a real woman in real life, and they wouldn't know what to do with one if they had one right in
Mm-hmm.
front of them. So you can't
Mm-hmm.
take them seriously.
Yeah,
You go, Pam,
that's
right?
very true. You have to have a thick skin basically, and you know, not let them affect you. You
Yeah,
can't react to them.
I usually usually don't resort to the recourse of actions that I've taken here in the last couple of days. I usually can hold my ground with the best of them, but I've heard one too many times
Mm-hmm.
about my son and what a failure of a dad I am, for
When they're
having
not even
murderers.
dads or anything, and they have so much to say, you know.
Yeah, and this last time was just like, all right, fuckers, you know, you want to talk about demons? Well, here it comes. And
Instead of agreeing, you know, this place is suffering, it is a hell, and we're all going through this experience. Each one of us, it's different, but you know, to bond with each other and understand each other going through this stuff, you know, it doesn't happen like that.
disassociation, you know, it was a same, almost the same concept as what I've seen today. Disassociation. You know, nobody cared to even look twice out there, speak, but on here it's over amplified, and any little niche. Oh, you had two hairs out of place, and I
They'll
seen,
nitpick on that. They'll
oh
focus
yeah,
just on that.
yeah, tear you down. You know,
And half of these people, they don't show their face on camera, though. That's the thing. Is
That's what I'm
like,
saying. Yeah, they have so much to
yeah.
say about you. The meanest people are the ones who haven't shown their faces, women and men. So I don't even know if their avatar name says it's a man, but who knows who these people are, you know? So
right? Whenever I did the couple live streams ago, I did completely with on camera, and I wanted people to see. You know, this is me, motherfuckers. Here I am. The real
Would
deal.
people act the same way if like everyone was on, like, if I swear if I ever really got serious about paneling, I'd make everybody cam up, including myself, because I kind of wonder if people would say the same things, like looking at someone like just like your face to the world and you're saying these things. I don't think so.
those people will turn, they'll be like, oh, you're narcissistic. You just want to show yourself on camera. And
Oh, I know,
you know.
right? And then when you don't, you have something to hide.
Since you're damn, it's either you show your face or you don't show your face, right? It's like,
I'm pretty liberal with my speech at times, whether I'm on camera or not. It really don't fucking matter to me. Just depends on what mood I'm in, what I'm dealing with. You know.
I've seen content made of you eating dead rats and stuff. They
Yeah.
catch those things
I think
quick.
we've all seen that.
Yeah.
That's content for them, you know. They make memes out of it. AI, just like stupid AI memes. It's so easy to do that in a few seconds. It's not even creative. They're not
No,
even that
I
creative, you
ate
know.
the mouse. Did you not see it? I have the original video.
Were you
I
eating
actually
a live
saw the
mouse? Is it a
original video.
live
I saw the
mouse or
video.
is it a dead mouse?
Yeah, I had mouse blood, where it was stalling out all over my teeth, and I had my blood where I'd done a ritual and slit and then put an upside down cross on my head in blood, my blood. So yeah, it was kind of a statement as to, you want something to talk about, motherfuckers? Here's you some content. Here's something to chew on for a little bit. Here's you some rawhide, doggy. You know,
Well, that's what
you're
they
good dog.
Like the
did.
TV show V. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, visitors. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So you know, I don't have anything to prove that I wouldn't do such a thing on camera or off camera, because what you get is what you see, and what you see is what you get. I'm a freak, man. I'm outlandish as hell, and I can shock the fuck out of people. But then sometimes I like to think that I've got something educated to say or to share at least. Here
You
lately,
enjoy
not
the knowledge and wisdom you bring to the table.
But that's what this panel versus these things should be. It's from all different kinds of people. We're listening. That's what I like about it, you know.
Yeah, like what? There was
Why do
one
you want to
that
listen to that same kind of people talking about the same thing and just, you know?
I can't do it. There's so many out there that I
Even
can't
going to a
listen to them.
channel, being so loyal just on one channel, just doing every time, just it can get really boring and redundant. That's from my experience, I felt, you know.
I used to be that way. I spent too much time on one channel and then you get
Same.
associated with that channel and you
Hmm.
can't it's hard to break free from that channel even though
And I
you've
did
long
one or two things wrong, maybe just one, it's something, and then they just came after me like I was like the worst person, you know. And then look at all the time I spent time going on the channel, going on the panel, completely disregarded everything. They're saying that they're doing me a favor when I'm going on their channel, you know, my time, using my time, not getting anything really out of it. Yeah, maybe information and stuff, but it's just like the way it backfires on you, how they, you know. And people who are like your friends and stuff, they all turn against you. They like gang up, you know.
when I
Yeah,
dropped that one channel, I lost so many people that I thought were my friend, you know what I mean? And
Same
I
with
still
me.
yeah.
I thought even one or two would come and just say, you know, they would feel, but none. It's just, it's weird.
I a couple streams back, we had the freak on here, um, Cage, uh, Chris. There was we were discussing the books in Melchizedek, and that was another good stream, and there was another big subject change, and I had a surprised guest that I just appreciate her spirit to life. She's got such a wonderful story to tell, and she's been everywhere. And she came up on panel the other night, and I was really honored with that. And tonight, I mean, there's there's no struggle, disposition, or any reason to abandon, discard, or remove what could be a potential in a positive way. I had no idea that you guys were going to be here, and I feel I'm in good company with that. And I don't see why anybody would ever want to target. I don't know, man. Why would you turn on your own friends? Why would you? That's psychopathic behavior.
And
It's,
even if forgive and work with each other, just completely just over something stupid, you know. It's just, it's weird because we can't talk like this with people in real life, you know. So it's a nice place to come and talk about these things, you know, with like-minded, have these kinds
there
of
it is.
conversations.
You're on it right there. Being able to share, get it out, because nobody wants to hear it in the real world. And I'm sure that even the in-home help that I had, the minute they left the front door, they left every concern, issue, or potential of me being left in a bad situation. They left it right at the door when they left. And they never looked back or thought twice about it till they had to be to work the next day. And I would always try and share some of the more personal aspects of my life. And I've seen a lot of different transitions in people. That's for sure. They've come, they stuck around, limited hangout, they shared, and they moved the fuck on. because of some stupid ass, something offended them, something didn't settle right with them, or you used the wrong word, or you made an Illuminati suggestion and symbol, man. We caught it. But fuck your channel. We're all going. You're a fucking Illuminati dominant fucking freak or some Satanist piece of shit. You know, that's all offensive nature. If you're that easily offended, get the fuck off YouTube. You know, it's a different form of trolling. The cult of the unculted, the wise looper, the stagnant, you know, high vibing, motivated, we're ready to go, and here we're going to stand for the next 2 years saying that, and we're not going to move an inch. It's like,
Maybe
man,
Like
it's
if
a
they
I,
got
big
the Hamilverse archetypes down pat.
yes, yeah, and I don't want to be that. You know, if I can't come on here with raw emotion at times, as well as sometimes just my darker side, or sometimes intelligence. I mean, it's a platform of sharing. You know, let's collaborate. Let's see what we come up with.
No, but they make content out of you by making fun of you, and so they're not even being creative, using their own content. You know,
Oh no!
they're feeding off of you, taking your content and using it on their
yeah,
platform.
yeah. I know. I figure my application to that is any publicity is good publicity.
You're right.
You take up space in someone's head rent free.
Oh man, yeah. If they want to put me in a bad light, you know, call me out on something, well, I'll probably amplify that for you. But I'm going to make it cohesive, and it's going to eventually turn around, and you're going to be the one that's in folly, because I'll take responsibility for my actions, because I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to protect some reputation. I'm not trying to set myself as a role model. I'm just a dude, man, sharing, living and learning.
I have too many of my own problems to figure out to tear someone else down.
Same. I just don't have the energy to. Like, these people do it every time they pay a visit, just to tear down people. You know.
Well, if I go after somebody, I usually let the people that don't want involvement. I usually try and give my heads up, or let them know, hey, I'm on the warpath, and this motherfucker's right in my eyes. So,
That's true. You do that. You know when to back off and lay low.
yeah, well, I don't want to. You know, there's good people that come here. Okay, you guys, you know, Robot, Cage, you know, Dawn. There's so many wonderful souls that come here, and I don't want them to be affected by that. I don't want them associated with it by proxy, so that they can what? Go after you for the sake of me? No, I can't allow that. No. The people that come here with honest integrity, well, I owe them at least enough responsibility not to drag them into my dirt wars with other fucking content creators and panel operators, you know? I just feel that that's setting a good standard of etiquette for others to follow later on, you know? Yeah, Axis can get kind of fucking crazy, and he can do some shit that might fuck you up, but he's not going to drag everybody else into it, because then I would lose my platform here. I would lose my friends. I would lose my platform. I would lose my association.
Your reputation, everything. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know. Like,
yeah. I'm not going to do that.
and it doesn't feel good, that constant. I just don't like, it's just such a negative, just that feeling of just being, like,
Do you think the algorithm kind of like tricks people into like maybe over time? It seems like to me like a lot of these content creators like they lose their creative energy, and when you don't have any of that, only thing you can do is tear down or destroy.
that's probably it. I mean, they spend so many hours talking about it, so you'd think, that all their creativity goes away. They become restless and just talk about the same thing over and over about the same people.
I
You
can
know, I'm
tear
glad.
somebody's content down in 5 minutes, and it took that person 5 days, 5 hours, or
Mm-hmm.
however long to make it. It's just so cheap.
Mm-hmm. It really is, yeah. It might just even be a psyop just to mess with us, targeting us, And
It could
I
be.
feel like they're creating fights with each other, like they all know each other behind the scenes. And they're like
It,
actors. They come here and they just kind of like harass people like us.
there is
They
a
lure us in
lot
their
of
channel, and then they pull these kinds of things. I mean, you never know.
there is a lot of behind the scenes chatter with certain groups
Because a lot of
of
these
people
people
that.
have known each other. This is even before when, like when there was like Yahoo chat bulletins where how people would communicate like how we are right now. The panelverse, people were doing that online also, right?
And it's not
Um,
just the panel verse, it's the back panel discussions that everyone doesn't know about, which I've been
Yes.
privy to some of those
Mm-hmm.
discussions. And let me tell you, like people in the chat, they're not talked about very well a lot of the time, or other content creators. I don't want anything to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Because it's very ugly
It
and
is.
nasty.
It is. I experienced that firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't. I learned that lesson with We Are Awake and Ian years before everybody else come along. Um, with what is the panelverse now, and Ian would pull the rug out from underneath of his own feet with that. Let's hook up on Zilla, uh, Zilla or something like that, behind the scenes communications, and then he would give his phone number out, and hell, me and Ian stayed in touch with each other over the phone for probably over a year and a half, and I remember some of the discussions and point of views and aspects, and I was kind of new to social media as a guest on a panel or in the chat. And once I realized what was happening and what he was doing to himself, I really wasn't kosher with that. No, you can't direct your channel with two or three people from behind the scenes and manipulate your channel into a position because you think this is going to give you the edge. I've seen that fail so many times. And even at the beginning of this show, I know who gave me my inspiration to pursue a YouTube channel and to develop it, and that was Ian from We Are Awake. And even though I don't agree with him in his disposition now, he still deserves the respect for that I have to give him for getting me started. Regardless of how I feel about what his concepts or his ideals are now, he did do me solid. I tried to give that same to Bex. I even tried with Steven. Um, they took that as a weakness and tried to utilize it. And I was like, no, no. But that's like I always say, you get the entertainment you deserve. Springer was rated #1 for a long time. Wonder how YouTube would react if that sense of there was how they would send bots in to break it up, no matter how positive or effective it would be. I think they would somehow send bots in or AI characters, which I've seen a commercial today. I don't know if you've seen this, Pam. You know, you have a AI platform now for creating and generating influencers for YouTube. Have you seen that?
I've seen something about that. I haven't really went down that rabbit hole. In fact, I think one of the tools I have access to that I use has that capability, and I'm not even interested in it.
Oh man, I was like, when I seen that commercial, and it was describing how develop your own influencer and channel operator, and have a representative that is the embodiment of you. And it was just going on and on and on. And I was like, well, fuck. If they're doing that to that potential, how what I caught today from those senators, it makes me wonder if we have much control at all on this particular platform. Outside of it, we can network out on other platforms, like you were talking, Pam. But here, I think they've already been using developed personalities, and I think this would have been the greatest place in the world to test run them.
That would be funny if some of the more notorious trolls were AI.
Right? And
Yeah,
it would
that would be
seem,
weird.
yeah, and
That would be a real monster if you be those trolls, like an AI version created.
oh,
Can you imagine?
after what I seen, and after I analyzed the wave patterns today, I don't know what I don't know what to fucking trust anymore, especially when it hits a political arena, because there's no way in the world that those 21 people could have synchronized in such a way at all. Did you get to see that link, Pam?
I did.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, and I the individual clips, when I did the sound and I quantized the sound or normalized it actually, um, it down to the microsecond. I was like, man, that's not real. Either there's voice simulation or there's actual full simulation going on. And did you notice how they all sat down at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Because an actual
Yeah.
human, your pace of your voice, even the length of, some people talk slower, some people talk fast, so it can't all be the same, right? People's pace of talking time, and so it's really odd. They're
Yeah,
definitely not real.
no, or the level and degree that they would have had to have gone to get them to have done that. Well, you want to talk about endeavors? Jesus Christ! That's why I said I don't. Now, no, that didn't just happen. That
Well,
was
there's
created.
technology we don't have access to. We're only getting the drugstore on the over-the-counter version of AI.
Right. And I remember the concern with deep fake. There was even a concern about political propaganda and maybe staging potential war scenarios off of using deep fake. So I know that technology from what deep fake was 8, 10 years ago. Uh, I think it was around the beginning of Trump's first term. So yeah, about 8, 9 years ago is whenever deepfake was a concern to the government, political parties. Can you imagine how far that's developed now? They have so many points of accuracy, and they can replicate down to the most minute detail now. Part of the facial imagery uh, that they're using.
I think it's
And
also taking like the best things what we say things, so it's picking that up and making an AI version. So when we're having all these talks and everything, if we say something that is a bit different than other people, then the AI will pick that out and then create another version AI, a better version of it, basically.
Obviously, it's obviously the technology has to be there because you can go hunt these individual clips down of these senators. It's not like they were all on panel with each other. These are individual clips of these senators, and they are on cue and point, almost as if they'd been choreographed. But it looks like them completely. I was almost ready to do a Turing test on them. This motherfucker looks sentient, looks real, sounds real, but there's no way. There's no way they could have done that. Yeah, no, I can see where AI could become disturbed and go insane because I've actually watched enough of the Erie Fish Tank and associated channels content to see what AI actually perceives humans as. I didn't know. Have you ran into that, Pam? I know I turned you onto that one video. I didn't know if you had endeavored to go a little further to see how AI is actually viewing us. So I think I'm onto something when I say it's not
No,
the.
I didn't look into that any further, but I need to look into that further because I find that interesting to see how it views us or whatever.
it's abstract as hell, and I'm not thinking that it's viewing us off of Vitruvian type of proportions. It's viewing us whenever people say, you know, show human beauty in a physical form, or what may be considered beauty. And it has a strange concept of what humans are actually proportioned like, and just the oddities, the deformities, the exaggerated states of change and manipulation. And I'm like, man, that looks so much like some twisted ass person's soul, or a disturbed thought, not a physical form. And that's relating to the Erie Fish Tank. What men, or I think it was, yeah, what men and women find to be uh, points of beauty. So that's how he prompted AI. He wanted to pinpoint what men would gaze upon as if they were aesthetically looking at a piece of art, or what females would gaze upon as if they were looking at a piece of art. And this program just went way out in left field. And he wound up getting one video banned um, just because of the concept. So there was no, the violation he got was nudity, indecent content, and he protested it. And there was none. So there was no nudity. It was all female aspects of beauty as seen by a male, of all these distorted, contorted faces, and they gave him a strike for that, man.
Well, that's interesting because I've noticed with ChatGPT and more specifically Dolly, when I go to create images, if it even remotely precedes something as supernatural or unnatural, it kind of clutches its pearls and sometimes won't even create the images unless I re-engineer the prompt.
Huh. You know, Pam, Erie Fish Tank is connected to several other platforms that work in those mediums. I'd really like to hear your take on whether
I have their channel
AI.
opened up. I'm gonna look at their channel more in depth, like when I'm done here or whatever, and I'll
Yeah,
let you know what I think.
yeah, because I think AI is not going off of the actual physical proportions of a person, as according to uh, Leonardo da Vinci's measurement, that he took proportions of the human body. And I think it's going to a darker place, and it's going into the psyche
Well, look
as
what women
the
are doing to their bodies now. It's unnatural. You got people with the BBLs and they like breast implants and all that. That's normal, but now people are like making the back just as big.
ah
These women are
Think
looking like AI images, so even when they're on like social media, they don't really look real. Like they all kind of look the same. Big
I
asses, big
can get on
lips.
StreamYard and look like I have makeup on when I don't.
Mm-hmm.
wow.
Because
Well,
they're
I know
using all those
Facebook is,
filters, right? Also on top of that.
yeah, Facebook is notorious for that, and I have a couple of AB um, littles that I associate with, and they'll exaggerate that regressive look using filters. And I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. And they're clean. There's nothing. It's all just fetish voyeurism and kind of a subclass of freak. But Facebook, that's the one that people disguise themselves with those filters to the point where you're like, no one could be that hot. You know, where's the blemish? Where's the flaw? You know, profile's perfect, face is perfect, career, everything's all perfect. And then when you start running into like 30 or 40 of them in a row, you're like, nope. No, it don't. That kind of luck don't hit twice in the same 25 groups of people there. No, sorry. And that's where I started seeing it develop. But I do, Pam, I want you to, if you would, to check some of these out, because if that's how AI views us, and that's what its concept of us and its understanding of us is, it is completely, insanely distorted.
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing the technical stuff, like what AI models is he working with, and like all the details. What language, learning language models were they trained on, and all of that.
He uses several different ones. I think he's more accustomed to a particular one. I can't think of the name of it at the moment.
Because there's Midjourney, Leonardo, Dolly. There's all kinds of different ones. Those are the industry standard ones that I can think of.
Leonardo. I think that's the one that he's now.
So
Dolly.
I use Leonardo.
Okay, Dolly. I know one content creator that uses Dolly. I know the other one. I think uses the Leonardo for the imaging, character imaging, like animated character, and it can stay consistent with that character. So
yeah,
as
Leonardo
long as
has that.
Yeah. So they're probably using industry. I imagine industry standard, because this stuff they're pulling off is just it's insane, but it's concerning. Can you imagine a group of children that hook themselves on AI interpretive art and then try to relate to that child with the construct that we know and understand? They're going to have such an abstract view of human and the representation of human. Their minds are
That
going to
might be
be
a good thing, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. That's just it. Is it going to expand the mind? Is it going to allow them to be, more able to remove barriers, walls, maybe become more creative, have more potential? Or is it just going to kind of do like the porn did and the doom scrolling? How? Let's see who can do the sickest AI. Oh, she left.
You were talking about the children access. Imagine how many men think they've got themselves an online girlfriend and it's an AI.
Right. Exactly. That's insane.
We were joking around about it around here this morning. We were talking about AI, my boyfriend and I, and he's like, "Yeah, I can't even imagine how many people are on like OnlyFans and stuff," because we were talking about Instagram, and he was saying that he sees on Instagram these artificial looking women, and he says he was talking about all the dudes that were in their comments section. And he's like, nothing about them is real. And he was telling me about it. And I was like, yep, they probably have OF subscriptions and everything. And like people are just like paying someone to produce these images.
Well, I do know the YouTube commercials that they're showing now, they're using AI characters. One is, or one of the main ones, and oh my god, I was watching some some of the Raven Newman videos, and the most disturbing commercial that I've ever heard of, and I'm still thinking, my God, did I just hear that? You got to hear this, Pam. The woman goes, my stepson saw me in the shower. And then she goes into a spiel about how her husband needed to take some type of substance, whatever it is they were pushing, and to be able to endure and perform in sexual way. And she said it was so effective. She said my first my first experience with it was with my stepson, and it was so good that my husband is now performing efficiently. And I was like,
Yikes.
no fucking way did I just hear that. But
That's
yeah,
insane.
Raven Newman, she's a she's Gary Newman's daughter, but she does real dark ass music, dark industrial, and I never dreamed I'd hear fucking commercial like that ever. And then I started watching some of these other erectile um, solutions that they have, and I'm looking at these chicks, and I'm like, you ain't real. You don't even look like you're an actual person. But I'm wondering, did they pay this bitch to say that, or was that an AI model saying, "Well, my first experience with this was with my stepson,"
Well,
and
I'm
then
sure she got paid. You'd have to get paid, like, or that has to be one of the two because no normal person would say that. That's so gross.
yes, let me see if I can. Pam, I want to look this. I shit you not.
That's insane.
Yes, they've got to have it. They've got to have somebody besides me had to have fucking caught it. Somebody besides me had to have said, "There's no damn way she just said that."
Was that on
So
TV?
YouTube,
Oh my goodness. Like that one of the
yes,
ads or something? I got YouTube
yes,
Premium, so I don't hear any of that, so thankfully. Oh my goodness.
yes. Um, here we go. Let's type
I have to
in
pay for my peace of mind.
YouTube ad. Um, let me see. Uh, Sexual stepson. Let's put that in just to say. Okay. This step. Okay. Let's look and see here. Yes, bizarre ads. Stepmom sponsors. It's here. Uh, oh my
Nice.
God. Oh hell no. Ah, no fucking way. Husband is incapable, so stepmother uses son to get. Yeah, and it's the ads, and this one's AI, and it's the same thing. That's just a reptile thing. But that,
Yeah, but a human programmed it to say that. That's what's disturbing.
yes, that's so fucked up, man. I can't believe somebody. Yeah, they noticed it.
Someone had
It
to
wasn't just
approve
me.
that marketing campaign. That's crazy. They'll do anything to sell their pills.
Oh my god. Saw me
Maybe
in the
that's why they
shower.
were trying to push shows like MILF Manor and stuff when it was on. You heard about that reality show, right, Axis? MILF Manor?
No,
It was a reality
no,
show where they took a bunch of moms like that are like my age and put them in a house, and they were there to find love with younger people, you know, so cougars, if you will. And what the
right?
plot twist was is they brought all their sons to the house. And so you had all these,
Oh,
and it was like on TLC or one of those reality shows. No, it wasn't TLC, it was one of those other shows. And it was crazy. And I felt like they had that show to kind of start normalizing that type of thing. And it was cringy as hell.
oh, I could imagine because I was like,
Oh,
I
there's
was so
clips of it
taken
on
off.
YouTube. Look up MILF Manor, Access.
No shit, man. I that for me to be fucking taken off guard by a commercial, and I thought, Jesus Christ, what the fuck are they promoting now? Is it what they want everybody to sleep with their stepsons or MILF
I mean,
Manor?
that's like, you know, fetish is one thing, but depravity is another.
Right, right. I was just completely blown away.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
I thought I was maybe I heard it wrong, but no, I did not hear it wrong.
Well, there's certain agendas they're trying to normalize, so that's probably one of them.
Yeah, I got your MILF Manor pulled up right here. Well, I bet that got off the hook real quick.
Oh, it was insane. It was funny. It was so salacious that it was viral. Everyone was talking about it at the time, and you know, I don't know. I'll watch a little reality TV for a guilty pleasure every once in a while. So I watched the season and I was like, this is insane if this is what they're putting on TV. And people are like, oh, I'm going to go here and find love. And I'm like, okay, it's all a joke to me.
Right? I'm gonna have to check some of these out then. See some of the highlights and profound moments of it. I just, you know, there's a
Well,
certain
some of the things in the show Axis that they were having the people do, like for example, like they had to get blindfolded and they had to like figure out like the people were trying to figure out like who was their mom.
yeah,
You know
right
what I
here.
mean?
MILF Manor blindfolded massage from her son.
Yeah.
Let me see. There's all kinds of weird ass.
It was on
Fuck,
national
man.
TV. That's what I'm telling you. They're trying to normalize certain things, certain, you know, proclivities.
Yeah, I'm just not morally down with that, man.
Me
I'm an
either.
evil motherfucker, but no.
We all have our
Oh,
darkness, right? But that's too dark.
yeah, that's just deviant behavior beyond conception. Oh, no way, man. There's all kinds. They had these motherfuckers doing everything, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, Manor's back somehow even worse. Father son striptease competition. MILF Manor. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what
Call
I'm
me
telling you.
daddy.
I've watched all those episodes and I'm like, this is what they're programming the children, like young people with. And like, I can watch something like that and have an analytical eye and be like, oh, well, that's not right. But half of these people, like, they watch TV and they use that as a base of indoctrination.
Well, yeah, it's programmed into them. I mean, fuck, and that's a part of the culture. We were all babysitted by our televisions.
Well,
You
now
know,
you
that's
can
where
see
we
what they're
were.
being fed now.
Oh,
That and adult
I
anime that like looks like that cartoons, but it's adult in reality. And don't even get me started on the anime scene.
oh, the hinty stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I don't go there
So
either.
it's so dark and it's like the stuff they're trying to normalize, and to me it's I don't know, sign of the times, I guess.
It has to be because that to me that's character flaw. You know, if you're wanting to sleep with your stepmom, that to me that's a character flaw, and especially if she sleeps back. You know, that to me is pushing kind of an Oedipus type of frame.
There's so
You
many
know,
people in the world that you could prospectively do that with. Why do you got to keep it in the family or whatever? That's no.
I I don't know, man. Just like I said, give me give me give me about six of them animatronic women that can take care of everything, and they can stand in the closet. They don't get tired, so they have a place to go.
It's a love-hate with
'Cause,
technology, huh?
oh well, hell yeah! Because I mean, after that commercial, I'm questioning: do I really want to engage in another relationship with? Oh man! Oh no! No! Don't do that. What final little uh, just concept that I had about sex that was salvageable was just blown out the fucking window with that commercial. Oh, fuck no, man. No, don't do this to me. No.
But that's how messed up we've gotten as a society, that it takes something so outlandish like that just to get our attention, and we're not talking about the other commercials, we're talking about that one.
Right. You know, when I had the paddle, well, I had the dungeon there in Louisville on Main Street, and there was discretion. Um, and like I said, there were certain people that I had to tolerate because they weren't doing anything that was illegal. But there was still an etiquette and a protocol that if you step beyond that etiquette or that protocol, you know, I wasn't going to be able to support you as a customer.
Well, yeah, all that's
And
based on consent, but like all these people are like having all kinds of stuff pipelined into them, and it's not necessarily consensual.
right, I mean, what if some little, let's say, a sixth grader watching YouTube, you know, he's checking out this Raven Newman video, and then I'm supposed to sleep with my mom? Oh,
Well, this started a
well,
long time ago. Look at the song Stacy's Mom.
Casey's
And
mom.
that was a song
I,
from the 90s.
who done that?
Bowling for Soup, I
Bowling
think.
for
Or no, I'm
Soup.
sorry, Fountains of Wayne. Fountains of Wayne.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up and listen to that now.
Well, it's
I,
just your classic MILF song.
I, I don't know, man. This is it's getting creepy, man. It's
That's
all
what I'm
getting really
saying.
creepy.
It is getting creepy. It's like people are putting their like all their darkest, deepest, darkest fantasies and things, and then they're putting it on the main stage.
And it's being reflected in AI's image of us as a human form. It's being fed to the generations coming up. I mean, what is this going to be like? Fucking some Greek sex orgy situation, United States of whatever we can stick it into or
Back to the
connect into.
Dionysus times.
Right. Jeez Christ.
Not much has changed, just the technology.
I I thought I thought you'd get a kick out of that, but I guess you've already you've already experienced something I just hit, and I was like, hell no.
No, a lot of my safety protocols have been like gotten rid of a long time ago.
Yeah, I had to rethink that and readjust that whole concept. Are you? Did I just? What the fuck are you? Damn.
That's why I'm really particular about what information I take in because there's a lot of garbage out there. So I try to
Oh man, and to have gotten my attention, I'm a deviant anyhow. I mean, fuck, man.
right. I mean, if it
I'm
got your attention, if it's on your radar, whoa.
yeah, I'm a freak of fucking source, man. You know. I was like, oh, I get down freaky. Not that freaky
Right?
though. No.
Yeah. There's
No.
limits. There's limits. And see, that's the thing is like with these people, there aren't any limits, and that's the problem. I mean, I think it's okay and good to have a healthy amount of freaky, and like we're all freaky in our own ways. I guess some of us, the ones of us that aren't, are repressed, and well, I wouldn't want to be that either. And, but there has to be a limit, and it just feels like our society is hyper sexualized to the extreme.
No shit, man. It'd be like, well, honey, where are you taking Susie? She just turned 18. We're gonna go get her a leather harness. What the fuck? No.
That's or you see all the teenagers wearing the dog collars.
Oh man.
Don't even get me
Yeah.
started. I mean, it starts so early. You go to the
I love
mall and
my
you go to like Hot Topic and you see all the dog collars, and it's nothing wrong with that in and of itself, but it leads people places.
yeah, well I can't say much, Pam, because I got
Adults
a
can be
full
led there, but teenagers not so much.
Oh, yeah, teenagers. Yeah, right. No, I was quite aware of what I was getting into when I got into it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not
'Cause
talking about
I,
adults. I'm talking about kids. Like
oh
adults can do what
yeah,
they want. I don't care about that.
oh man, yeah. Because I wasn't exposed. I mean, the most I was exposed to was like Playboy, Penthouse, Hustler. If we got one of those, man, we had the dirt. That was the stuff. I don't even know how. Oh my God. What kind of psychotic degenerate mutant would it have spawned if I would have been subjected to what this generation subjected to? What would I have thought was normal as extreme as I am? What would I, and I'm like, oh, I know the potential for influence that I have into certain extreme states of experience. What are these kids doing? Is it all online maybe, or do you think they're physically maybe got their own thing going, and the parents are just casually involved?
Oh, I think most
Uh,
parents are so checked out that they don't even know what their kids are literally leaving their kids to their own devices.
I was unresponsive today. That's That's for damn sure. So I don't know, Pam. You know, I I thought I'd heard, and I thought I could say every offensive remark without hesitation. There's nothing that I don't dare say to offend, piss off, or antagonize a fuckhead. But a commercial like that just stopped me. Well, did she just fucking say that?
Well, like I said, it's a hypersexualized society. I just watched a YouTube where some woman in England thought it was a good idea to have a OnlyFans account, and her goal, and she succeeded, was to sleep with 1,000 men in one day.
Oh hell no, no, no.
If you want to
Oh
go down and see how
man.
go down that rabbit hole, it started out with one woman. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to 100," and like she succeeded, and then like a year later, there was a woman that's like, "Oh, I'm going to be 1,000," and now she's all pregnant, and then she wasn't even able to monetize the video, and I'm just like, it's
Oh
insane to
hell
me.
no.
It's like, why are you like subjecting yourself to that? Like, I don't get it. I don't know. I'm fascinated with the extremes and stuff, and I'm just like, nope, 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 nope. I'm just gonna make my little, new agey type music and stick to that.
So she slept with 1,000 guys and
Look at the YouTube in one day.
didn't get to monetize
And she didn't get
and
to
wound up
monetize it.
pregnant.
OnlyFans was like, we can't verify that they're all over 18. And it showed people like lined up for blocks or like lined up to go in her apartment, and like all these dudes were standing around in their boxers. And then she had it timed where she could get only like 2 minutes per guy. And like she was talking about the psychological impact of that. I listened to some dark shit, like people's stories and stuff. And I was just like,
Right.
wow, that's insane.
This is this is off the hook. Whoa. So that's what
I'm just
sexual
saying
intent.
that's why we're becoming so messed up, because stuff like that's like normalized. Like people are doing that and everyone's talking about it.
Damn. Well, I don't feel so bad about the life I led now. I think I'll
Right?
lower my. I think I'll lower myself from aggressive hedonist to just. He's just a plain old
You're
hedonist.
not that
Don't worry about
bad.
him.
You're not that bad at all.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Cause
been around the block, but
I've never seen you as bad though. Like you've always been good to me, so I see you as good. So I guess it's all in the eyes of the beholder.
I try to meet. I really do try to meet courtesy with courtesy, kindness with kindness, and mutual ground with mutual ground. I I really I know I can be foul. I know I can be just as offensive as anybody else, but generally only when provoked or when
That's
there's
how I
just
am.
absolute
Y'all hadn't
idiocy.
seen my darkness like that, but I'm the same way. Like I'm 9 times out of 10, 99% of the time all love and light, but there's that other side.
Yeah, exactly. That's the stream I done. I think it's when I allowed a demon to represent himself in defense of himself. So I summoned him and did a big oath ritual. But it's at the beginning, I think, yesterday's stream. But that was crossing the line for the final time. Uh, I'm not going to be browbeat with the truth. Okay, it's obvious. I understand the truth. My son killed someone. My son murdered. Okay?
Yeah, but
That
that's not you. You didn't do that. Like, you can't control the actions of another person.
right. And I struggle and I fight with it. And, you know, the comments, you're a fucking piece of shit. Look at you, you got a murderous son. And, and I'm like, okay, you guys want to play with me. And you want to say that you guys are calling people every type of degenerate possible station they could be in life and pointing out their uh, what shouldn't be weaknesses, but they'll play on it and swear up and down that they can stand in the face of the demon. Well, Tommy made that claim. Um, Nafu made that claim. Paul made that claim.
Yeah, but look at the sources. Like, in real
Well,
life, no one wants to be around those type of people. They have a home here, but who cares what they think? They're nobodies.
well, I just wanted them to meet a real demon. They think they can stand up against the demon. Well, now they get their chance. Now they can have their chance to face a real demon. Not a human that they're calling a demon, because that's an insult to a demon. And it's a belittling of a demon to cast that title onto a mortal man. Nah, I think they should, and they are, and they will, have to contend with a real demon now. Careful what you say, you may have to eat your ass out of it,
Yeah, be careful who you mess with. That's for sure.
And I made no qualms about it. I definitely allowed it to manifest and did all the rights to it. So we just have to wait and see. I'm curious as to how they're going to react having to confront an actual entity that they can't pull up on channel and belittle, something they can't throw words and punches at, but dominates their direction and courses.
Well, I have a feeling both those people are like plagued by, that in real life. That's why they are the way they are.
Yeah, but a kingdom divided can't stand. And if they're eat up with demons, calling people demons, and uh, to me that's a demon belittling himself. I think demons are a little bit more divine in their nature than a human. We may have half divinity or potential for a portion of divinity, but in the end, there's only a part of us that is that divine. The rest of us is earthbound, natural. We come from this realm. We come from this earth, our bodies. Maybe not our spirits, maybe not our soul or our energy, but the body. And that's what kind of keeps us from being divine is we don't have that immortality. We don't have that ability to have the mind of a demigod or a demon. We're just now starting to discover spirituality that's developing us into a state where we can perceive higher states of being, stuff that yogis worked on for through meditation for season after season after season. And some of us are just like you, Sam. You just got a natural sense for it. Whereas some yogis have to sit for 5, 10 years to even comprehend what you understand naturally. I'd like to think that a demon, if it's really something to be concerned about, is a little above that. And it would be offensive to call them human.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't get it. Some of these people that have like evil or demonic tendencies in the metaverse, it's weird because they espouse that they're Christ-like.
Right, right. And
And
that's,
that I'll never understand.
no, I wouldn't want the position. I don't think I'd want that station. To be Christ-like or to be in the realm of divinity where you have to answer for such a higher state of yourself and a eternal being that could be damned and cast aside because of its intent and its action, and being divine that's madness to try and even fathom that for me, because I think of some of the interactions I've had with different entities and different personalities, energy personalities. And man, when I first started doing this shit, I got fucked up several times. This shit just went south for me hard until I learned, there's a cost. There is an agreement, there is a binding and an understanding. And when you can learn to respect the power and the capacity of that entity, then you can maybe, it's not control. You don't ever think it's control. You don't control shit when it comes to them. It's a mutual course of action. How's that?
Makes sense.
Yeah. I didn't, it's just something I did to alleviate a situation that I got so disgusted and tired of. I never want to deal with it again. And now we've got AI to contend with. So who knows? The next generation of neuromancers and cyber Christ, techno gods, they'll be summoning some bizarre ghost in the system to summon and attack each other with. Who knows what's next in line with energy and entropy, information, power of exchange, intent, in a technological age, overwhelmed, consumed, saturated by a digital environment, plummeted into the depths of inhuman concepts and extremes that the human mind recoils in horror, trembles to the core, nervous sweat of the potentials of complete madness, insanity, delusion, illusion, questioning reality, bringing yourself to a point of, hold on, isn't that kind of where we're at right now?
Exactly.
Interesting, right? We are going to repeat it time and time again, fam. I think I'm going to go ahead and drop this down on that note.
Okay.
I wish I could have said bye to Izzy and Peace Robot. Everyone in
It was
chat.
nice chatting with Izzy. I hadn't chatted with Izzy much, and I didn't get to chat with Peace Robot. He was silent when I joined the panel, but thank you for having me.
Of course, Pam. Always. And if you ever do a live, I'm gonna be there. If you open that panel up, we'll bullshit, throw some techno around, and see what happens. But thank you for
Cool.
showing up. Thank you for being a part of this. And kind of, definitely look into how AI is viewing us. What it's
Yeah, I
seeing
think
us
I'm gonna
as.
do that. I'm gonna check out that fish tank thing too that I have open in the next tab. I'll have to let you know what I think about that. But I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. But thanks for having me, and I'll catch you next time you have a stream for sure.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you so much.
All right, night.
Night, Pam. You have a good night. All right. Then another endeavor into just sharing, exchange, socializing, being able to get along, share adversity. Sometimes that connection is necessary to make the past relevant to where you are now and the changes that are coming, changes that you may be going through, and the relevancy of where you come from. So, on that, no, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Maggot, uh, there's so many people that have been such a blessing to my channel and have really been above and beyond. And Goblin, Pam, Cage, No, Maggot, Peace Robot, the Grand Poobah, Friends Unseen, or just idly by listening. You all make this endeavor worthwhile. Celebrate yourself. Have a recess. Enjoy yourself. Axis is out.